Let's do a quick check on the balance Discord, but I don't think they posted a new Black Mage set currently. Gonna check that later. I mean, it's not really all that important right now. So the quest is in Mortsuk, so I should probably have teleported to that then. No matter. Oh wait, Alice is still here. What's she saying? What's up? What did I name my familiar Angelo? It was the name of our pet dog long ago. Alfino wanted to name it after some supposedly important figure in a book no one had ever heard of. Quite the fight that was. But in the end I won. Wait, really? You argued about that? Didn't that happen actually pretty fast? Last time in the main story? Why would they argue about that? Let's call it a butter knife. The new gunbreaker weapon. Holy hell. That looks pretty cool. A bit weird that it looks like a normal sword. Has something to it. I kind of dislike that the raid weapons never glow. Kind of makes them worse than the ultimate weapons and stuff. It's a bit unfortunate, but I don't know. There are quite a lot of people actually that prefer non-glowy weapons, so yeah, I gotta have something for them too, right? Oh god, nothing's loading. Holy shit. He is though. Let's kind of check out the gear. So, let's see here. So the weapon obviously should be best in slot. Definitely is. Then we've got the, this one should be best in slot. The body piece, yeah. Eden Quiet, Unique of Casting. Critical hit directed. That looks great. Actually looks quite good. Do like it. Then we've got, wait, the hands are best in slot, critical hit rate and determination. And then apparently the tome wastes. Yeah, this one's got spell speed. This is also tome gear because this is spell speed. And this one is best in slot. And then also the necklace, bracelet and ring. Earring have spell speed, necklace, ring. Yeah. I do probably still want to get the other ones though with spell speed because I also wanted to play Black Mage, and I mean, let's see if Black Mage is still going with the low crit rate, high spell speed, I think. Away with Fairy. Yalford has arrived in Mortsuk bearing pertinent information. Well, here we go. Finally! I was really looking forward to this new patch. There you are. I'm part of the team helping with the highly classified and very secret thing. Oh yeah, we didn't really tell anyone about this, right? Which is still, like, why wouldn't we? But the fact of the matter is, I've come to inform you of a rather interesting development. It's about the girl who was brought back from the empty. She's finally woken up, you see. Right, wait, we did bring her back, right? She didn't sleep in one of the tents right next to Eden. I mean, that wouldn't have made any sense, right? For weeks and weeks in that highly dangerous zone. Yelford and Marcus. Right, his name was Yelford. There you are, Reem. And Urianger. We heard the news from Thancred. Is it true? Why yes, it most certainly is. Apparently her name is Gaia. She claims to be a free citizen of Yulmore. So she knows about Yulmore. although she remembers nothing of the events leading up to her attack on Eden. Wait, she remembers Yulmore? That's really interesting. So maybe she's something to do with the creation of War 3? Because that was Emmett Selk's doing. She's lost her memory. Well, that's hardly surprising. How else are we going to get an interesting story if we already know everything from the very beginning? Because a character could tell us all about it. No, of course she's lost her memory. Kind of cheap writing there, but I guess it works. Parts of it, at the very least. We also cannot be sure whether she's telling the truth or if it's merely a ruse. Or ruse. It would be a ruse, right? Rouse is something else. She's yet to display any hostility, which is encouraging, I suppose. And Thancred's with her now, is he? Yes. He's taken her to Yulmore, mainly to verify what she's told us so far. Quiz the locals, that sort of thing. She's in Yulmore. I don't know if that's a great idea. After that, the plan is to come back here, though they're taking rather longer than I'd anticipated. I do hope nothing is amiss. Hope we're gonna get to know more about her. Thancred, where are thou? Good grief, are you always this slow? Is he complaining to her? Or... Her design's pretty cool. I mean, I've seen the trailer, right? We saw how she looks, but I'm not quite sure. It's not that I have anything against her, like, bigger, like, anime eyes and mouth, but it kind of doesn't really fit with all the other characters. It looks like she's from a different game, but overall I really like her design. Pretty good job that they've done here. This raid will be dark again before we know it. The night sky returning is all well and good, but it does make each day seem awfully short. And are you still dragging your heels back there? At least act as if you've got a purpose, would you? So Thancred's carrying all her luggage. Now look here, I'm not one of your servants. Why don't you try carrying your own luggage for a change? Yeah. She looks like the kind of person who would drag Thancred around, wouldn't she? Wow. That looks really cool from this, like, angle. Such a great design, although her legs seem to be really long. Yeah. But I mean, women not wearing real, like, pants is kind of a thing in this game, isn't it? Thancred, you're back. You lot are a sight for sore eyes. Yes, even you, Orianger. Gaia and I have just finished shipping her personal effects from Yulmore. I'm glad we could finally meet. Properly, I mean. My character looks kind of bored. What's that? So, did you learn anything useful? Other than where she lives, not an awful lot. Her supposed neighbors barely knew the first thing about her. Know where she lives? That I didn't expect. People were speculating that she came from the void, but apparently she was already living on the first? Hells, she barely knows the first thing about herself. Her recollection of her life in Yulmore is patchy at best. But she seems convinced that she'll regain her memory if she accompanies us, and so she invited herself to join our merry band. And for the first act, she ordered me to carry her luggage. That's great. If you insist on standing around talking, might I suggest finding a place to sit down first? My feet are killing me. Well, if you're walking through the sand with the heels that you've got on, no wonder your feet are killing you. Because that seems like a bit too much of a struggle. I mean, look at her shoes. Then perhaps you should have chosen more sensible footwear. Yeah, Thancred's on my side. Still, it's not such a bad idea. Shall we? Is there even like an inn here? I don't remember if there was, because most of the like market places are outside, right? Although we do know a lot of people here, so. And now the piece for low times savage. I don't know, it wasn't actually that long. Oh hell. So many people. That's always great on patch day. That's a great... Wait, where's the table coming from? She didn't remember anything at all. Not attacking us, not falling unconscious. I mean, technically she wasn't attacking us, right? Such selective amnesia would rightly raise suspicion within those of a cautious mind. It would, wouldn't it? Yet if she doth speak the truth, it will lend credence to my current hypothesis. God, that's hard to pronounce. Though admittedly some further... Not now, Oriange. She's only just woken up. We don't want to bore her back to sleep. In any case, I prefer to follow my instincts. They're telling me that Gaia means us no harm. After much deliberation, I thought it only right to let her know about our work in the empty as a sign of goodwill. After all, trust works both ways. Really? She should know about that. I'm really not so sure about that. Though, I would ask you, Marcus, not to let your guard down just yet. Well, I mean, we did defeat whatever was carrying her, right? So, you're the one I'm supposed to have fought. Come to think of it, I recognize you from somewhere. What's that answer? What? Maybe I just have one of those faces. So you should, considering you tried to kill me. Yeah. Well, if Thancred's version of events is anything to go by, you weren't exactly holding back yourself. Well, I mean, what? Of course not. Otherwise, I would have been dead. Still, it seems I didn't give you much of a choice but to defend yourself, so let's call it even. Not that I have any recollection of it. Yeah, of course. Let's call you trying to kill me even just because I fought back. Let's do that. Great decision. It's like remembering fragments of a dream, only to realize those things actually happened. It's as though my whole life has been leading to this. Thou speakest as though thou didst expect these events. God. I guess you could say that. It's what the fairy tells me. What's that? I can't see it, but it's as though there's someone else inside me, and I can hear its voice in my head. It whispers to me and lets me use its power. Magic, I suppose you could call it. Not that I know much about that sort of thing. That sounds ominous. And this power alloweth thee to tear open the fabric betwixt realities, that thou mayest call forth the ether-starved denizens of what remaineth of the 13th. All that TH. What? Was that supposed to mean something? Or are you just spouting random words at me? We're already getting flack for I mean, Thancred knows about that, right? Honestly, I don't know how you all put up with this. I've only just met him, and his insufferable prattle is already giving me a headache. Yeah, she's definitely gonna get along very well with Thancred. You can already tell. That's great. Gods, I still can't believe I'm having this conversation. To think that I was flying about in a suit of armor, waving a sword. That doesn't sound like me at all. Someone else inside you. Maybe wouldn't she be able to sense? Maybe something like that? Like Menphilia was inside me. Aye, the similarities cannot be ignored. Though it is too early to say with certainty, Gaia may well be the Oracle of Darkness. Of course, let's just assume that, because that's the most logical answer, right? The Oracle of Darkness. What does this mean? It means that you may have been right when you said she was something in common with Emmett Silk. Right. I just remembered that we already discovered that she definitely had like this dark aura around her, right? And Reen already sensed it at the end of the first Eden quest series. Those who have been used as a living host by an Ascian have no recollection of events that occurred during their possession. This I know from personal experience. But Gaia seems to have some memory still, even if they're a little hazy. Moreover, she has remained in control of herself even when she heard the voice within, much like you and Menphilia. But doesn't Reen remember everything that she did? I don't think she lost memories at all. And though Reen was very much her own person, Menphilia's presence did exert a change upon her outward appearance, granting her hair and eyes a hue akin to that of our dear departed friend. Is it therefore not unthinkable that Gaia's raven locks may be a manifestation of the darkness which hath come to reside within her? Oh. Might be. Or not. But I was born like this, and my parents, they both had black hair too. Or at least I think they did. It's been so long since I saw them. Can't remember it too well. But enough about me. You're Menphilia, aren't you? The Oracle of Light, who they were hosting in Yulmore? That's right, though imprisoning is a better word. They kept me locked away, and I didn't know much about Yulmore and its people, or the rest of the world for that matter. I see. And how exactly did the Oracle of Light come to run with the Warrior of Darkness? She knows that as well? Well, it all started when... Yes, I still remember the day everyone went raving mad and Lord Walthree fled. Everything after that is still a blur, though. She was there when we got to Yulmore and fought Walthree. From what Gaia has told me, she wasn't part of the mob that attacked us, but how was she able to resist Walthree's control? Mayhap 'twas the intervention of this fairy of whom she speaketh. As curious as that may be, we still don't know why she appeared out of nowhere as soon as Eden took flight. This is just a guess, but I'd say that the fairy reacted to it in some way, and for whatever reason made me go after it. I don't really remember the cutscene about that. I always thought that she, came from the void, but maybe she didn't? I mean, she summoned things from the void, but Apart from that... Yes, that seems like the only explanation. I don't know about you lot, but I've had enough nattering. I'm going back to Eden. Why? What? But why? The fairy wanted something from Eden, and knowing what that is will bring me a step closer to discovering exactly what has been living in my head all these years. Besides, my memories aren't going to restore themselves, and certainly not through idle chit-chat, so I'm going, and that's that. Well, at least she's very determined in what she's doing. Gaia, wait! Insufferable. Utterly insufferable. Yet we can't well leave her to her own devices. Come on. How is she even going to get there? I mean, well, I guess there are probably multiple vehicles that could do that. It's not like we have the only, like, driving or flying car, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, so my mount is definitely loading. This looks great. There it is. A lot of people doing the quest at the moment. She can't have gone far, especially not in those heels. Depends on how adept she is at it, I guess. Get away from me! And of course she's getting attacked. Although maybe not by local animals. Well, maybe she is. Gaia! It seems I have no choice. So she can apparently control the magic that the voice is talking to her about. Wait, is she controlling that thing? Oh. Right, that's cool. That was the magic that the second boss used on us when we did it, like the time magic. So her magic is controlling time, basically, or at least partly. What am I? Not entirely sure what I just witnessed, but I'm glad she's unharmed. I mean, she basically used the magic that she used on us last time. Powers befitting the Oracle of Darkness. When you fought Gaia, she opened void gates, yes. Back in the source, portals such as those were all too common, but tearing open the veil between the 1st and the 13th is a different matter entirely. We should be thankful that she's not of a mind to turn their power against us, for now. Is it so much harder to open portals between the shards rather than the source in a shard? I guess so, right? It would make sense. The most fascinating application of ethereal manipulation. The destructive blast did manifest a significant span of time after the initial casting. With sufficient mastery of such a technique, a second spell could be made to smite the target at precisely the same moment. While it would demand exceptional ethereal control, its tactical potential cannot be denied. That's true. What are you all gawping at? I don't mean to stare, but it's not every day I see magic like that. So this is the power of a fairy you spoke of. Ever since I was a child, it has whispered to me, telling me what to do. That's how I came to use its power. But there are things I can't even explain. Holes ripped in thin air, terrifying creatures crawling out, ghastly-looking blades and armor appearing out of nowhere. But worst of all is the dark energy that comes from inside. This power, it feels as though it's only flowing through me and never truly mine. And even when it answers my call, it always takes a few moments for the spells to work. Oh, so she doesn't actually do that on purpose, the time manipulation. So in summary, you don't have control over the magic. Well, it's not as if I ever tried to control it. I haven't made a habit of fighting wild beasts. Unfortunately, it's part and parcel of traveling through Amarang. And while I understand that you want answers, you're not going to find them unprepared as you are. But if your heart is set on this, then we'll help you. Reen, think about what you're saying. You're seriously considering taking Gaia to see Eden? There's no telling what might happen if she loses control again, so the safest option is for her to stay away until our work is done. Somewhere we can keep an eye on her. She must realize it's for her own good. Well, that depends. If we need her presence for, figuring out what's wrong. I must concur with Thancred's assessment. At present, we know precious little of Gaia's origin, and less still of her powers. If she is indeed the Oracle of Darkness, her presence may complicate a task already fraught with peril, placing our mission and her own well-being in jeopardy. In full knowledge of the risks, dost thou still wish to pursue this course? But probably not. I do. It wasn't so long ago that I was living in isolation, being held against my will. Maybe the people keeping an eye on me thought that was for my own good too. But if we shut Gaia away from for our own convenience, we're no better than Walthree and Ranjit. That's probably true. I've learned that when someone is in need, we must reach out a helping hand or push them away. Now it's my turn to do for Gaia what you've all done for me. Even knowing the danger that lies ahead, I won't choose the easy way out. It's the path I've chosen. Is that good enough for you? Well, can't say fairer than that. How about you, Oriange? The light of thy spirit doth burn bright. Mine apologies, my dear, but we felt it necessary to test thy resolve. Let it suffice it to say thou hast left no room for doubt. For what it's worth, Reen, I never doubted you, but make no mistake, the danger that Oriange and I spoke of is all too real. If you're prepared to go through with this, we'll be right there beside you. That means a lot to me. Thank you. I couldn't care less who I travel with, but if we're going to go, then let's going already. There's supposed to be some sort of craft waiting at the southern watchtower, yes? Come along then, and don't fall behind. Well, she's pretty pushy. And apparently has absolutely no trouble walking through the sand with her heels. Alright, let's go. Let's see here. What's going on? Why couldn't you leave this craft in Mortzuk instead of all the way out here? Actually, don't bother explaining. Whatever the reason is, I'm sure it's something frightfully uninteresting. Let's be about it, shall we? It's actually a great point. Why did we do that? course I'm worried about what may happen when Gaia gets close to Eden. We'll keep a close eye on her, make sure she's alright. Thou our circumstance hath changed, our mission most assuredly hath not. Restoring life to the empty remaineth our primary objective. Might be a bit of a tight squeeze with the five of us, but we'll manage. Perhaps Urianger can sit on top of our luggage. Isn't the luggage like hanging out from the back? How's Urianger going to sit on top of that? I mean, there is like space for another seat, right? Kind of strange that it was, or is that like the luggage compartment? Well, I guess it is, right? Report to the empty. Yes. Eden still chilling out there. As usual, we should keep our sojourn here as brief as possible. Let's tend to business quickly. Everything seems fine here as far as I can tell. As for Gaia, she hasn't started attacking anything yet, so I'll take that as a good sign. I mean, what should she be attacking? The ether stuff? The crystal? I had hoped that, during our absence, the rebalancing of ambient ether might work further change. Alas, 'twas not to be. So there it is. Yes, first quest completed. I mean, I do like it when the quests actually take a very long time to complete, because that means there's a lot of story to go through. Eden, where I'll find the answers I seek. The bringer of the flood, the first sin eater. Would it lead me to my past or my future? That's a very cool, like, so that are her thoughts, I would guess. That's a new dialogue box. Looks really cool. What awaited on the path ahead, I couldn't say, but I had no choice but to take the first step. So, looking at this, why don't they include more options for the UI? That's kind of bothering me. This looks so cool. Why can't I put that as the like default dialog box? Blood and thunder. Ramu, here we come. So we actually get grade 7 materia. Gaia is lost in thought as she gazes towards the silent giant on the horizon. I know what it's like. It was the same for me. But I was lucky because Thancred freed me from Yulmore, and I had a chance to see the world. More importantly though, I met all kinds of people, and they taught me not to live in another's shadow, but to be myself. Maybe one day you'll have that chance too. Said your piece, have you? One day? What's that supposed to mean? I don't know how the great Oracle of Light sees such things. But for someone like me, who's only known life in Yulmore, there was no tomorrow, there was no future, only the here and now. While we waste time on these meaningless conversations, I feel each moment of my life slipping away. Time, it won't wait. Not for me, not for anyone. I don't know how much longer I can hold on to who I am. I'm sorry, Gaia. Gaia? It's probably not even my real name. It isn't? When Thancred asked me my name, I couldn't remember. That's when the fairy whispered to me, Gaia. But if you grew up in Yulmore, surely someone there must know who you are. Everyone I once knew had either disappeared or had been turned into sin-eaters. Those whose faces and names I still remember, that is. In the end, we found not a single person who so much as recognized me. It's kind of sad, right? As far as I can recall, I've never been the most sociable person, but still. Well, even if it's not your real name, I think Gaia sounds lovely. If you're happy with it, then that's what I call you. And if you're willing, instead of the Oracle of Light, please call me Reen. It's not the name I was born with, that's long forgotten now, but the one the people whom I consider family gave to me. Is that so? Well, as much as I'd love to keep up this chatting, there's something that's bothering me. I thought the fairy would have reacted to Eden in some way, but so far nothing whatsoever. From what I gather, it wasn't until Eden started moving that I appeared out of the blue. Perhaps if you were to actually try flying it somewhere, the fairy might break its silence. If you've got elements to restore, or whatever it was, why don't you hurry up and get it over with? Once, your ladyship. Well, she should probably learn some manners, but I don't really want to directly tell her that, so maybe... I mean, at once, your ladyship. If you kind of say it sarcastic like that, maybe she will recognize what that means. Thancred doesn't seem to be the greatest fan of that, though. It may be best to resign ourselves to her mannerisms. A good thing we're not wholly unfamiliar with her tending nobility, given certain company in the Scions. Always side puns at Urianger. Of whomever dost thou speak, I wonder. This is great. The dialogue is really good. Alright everyone, I think we've talked for long enough. If you're ready, let's make our way to Eden. This is already much better than the first, Eden stuff. Simply because I felt like, you know, the first Eden Raid series, the story, I mean, is... You know, it was lacking something. So I do think that it's pretty great with Gaia here. It's just there's way more going on, right? Way more interactions between the characters. So someone was asking whether or not you have to do the main story for Eden, but as far as I have seen on the method stream, people were unlocking Savage pretty quickly, so I assume that you don't need the main story for it. I mean, that wouldn't make any sense in the first place, right? They wouldn't do that, so yeah. Let's proceed to Eden. I still really like this music. It's such great music, and it was also a really great decision to have this be the first piece of music you hear when you first start Shadowbringers. At the Crystal Tower, like, digging site. This still looks really cool. A lot of people here, of course. Let's see if I can find all the NPCs. My memories, I think they're slowly coming back to me. My mother and father would constantly blather on about how the flood of light could return to end the world when we least expected, and that we should live each day as though it were our last. They would often say, "I wish this moment would last forever." That was until they were selected for ascension by Lord Warthree, and were never to be seen again. Since I had no other relatives or even any close friends to speak of, I was left alone in the world. A past like that hardly seems worth remembering, does it? Well, maybe not, but maybe you can still learn from it in some way. Reen's little chat with Gaia reminded me that for all our obvious differences, there are things we have in common. I too grew up not knowing who my parents were. The day Luzois gave me the surname Waters was one I'll never forget. Years later, it was under rather more desperate circumstances that I gave a certain young girl the name Infilia. Little did I know then that it would end up crossing time and space, taking on a meaning I could never have foreseen. It came to be passed on to the one girl after another, binding them to a fate not their own. In a sense, it may be said that I chose not only one, but two names for Reen. But by whatever name she's called, she's truly her own person now. And as central to our lives as names are, I believe that it isn't the name itself, but the bonds it symbolizes that matter most. Yeah, you're speaking true, Thancred. Am I missing an NPC here? Because I can't, like, see. Oh, there she is. Reen. I've done some reading about the land swallowed up by the flood, but it's no easy task to find locations with a dominant element. I'm glad we have Urianger to point us in the right direction. That was quite a lot of dialogue from Thancred about what happened in 1.0, right? I feel like they're more and more embracing the 1.0 legacy and the story that happened there. Following the initial changes wrought by the release of Water and Earth, the MT have displayed no further signs of alteration. Stability, some may call this and be satisfied, but in truth it is passivity. A passivity stemming from light's ever-pervasive presence. If we are to break the status quo, we must needs employ a catalyst, a third element that shall rouse and stabilize those unleashed energies in activity. Therefore, I propose lightning. So the primal would be Ramu, yes? From what I've learned, he's a guardian of the forest and not particularly keen on conflict, but you've actually fought him, haven't you? He's half a man, half beard, and another half beard for good measure. I spent most of the time chasing after orbs, with varying degrees of success. This is really good. These callbacks, man. Let's go with the beard option. Half a man, half beard, and another half beard for good measure. Ah yes, Thancred mentioned that he more closely resembles a person than a beast, unlike most other primals. And apparently he tends not to move about much. I'm glad to see our lessons have paid off. Well, it's like you say, if we want to call forth an accurate representation of the primal, I should picture it in my mind as clearly as possible. At the very least, it's worth a try. But the rest is up to Marcus. Yeah, that's up to me. In order for this to work, we need to actually fly somewhere, yes? So rather than sitting in one spot while you exchange anecdotes, why don't you get this blasting thing moving first? One must admit, the suggestion is not without merit. Green, might I suggest the Gandalf Thunder Plains as our next location. These plains, it is writ, were perpetually blanketed in storm clouds. The only source of illumination is ceaseless barrage of lightning. The ambient ether that lingereth there shall provide ideal conditions for the summoning. Then that's where we're heading. Come on, Eden, we've got a job to do. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? This should be as good a spot as any. Alright, whenever you're ready. Memories of Ramu flash through your mind. Let's see what the Warrior of Light/Darkness comes up with this time. I mean, I know how Ramu looks like this time, but yeah. A regular duty has appeared. Are they saying anything else? The area is saturated with lightning-aspected ether. This I am able to confirm. In addition to the primal, be thou wary of stray bolts that may occur as a result of our activity. I don't think I've ever been anywhere like this before, and I'm not sure I'd want to come back. Too dreary for my liking. Would be nice if our next destination is a little cheerier, but I suppose I can't exactly choose if I want answers. I mean, you kind of know that we're in the empty, right? There's nothing here. Even if Lean has done a good job of memorizing my description of Ramu, it will likely make little difference to how he manifests. After all, it's your memories that shape the summoning, not hers. Maybe a little bit of foreshadowing there, because I don't think it's only our memories. She plays a part in that too, at least for like a small bit. All the lightning that's fallen here over the years has left the ground covered in craters, but don't worry, Eden will give you something more even to stand on. Wait. The fight is here, right? Fulmination. Although Gaia, the girl who had previously launched an attack on Eden, has finally awoken, her amnesia prevents you from learning much of her origins. For the time being, the best course of action appears to be continuing with efforts to restore balance to the ambient ether of the empty. The next element is lightning, which once ravaged the Gandalf Thunder Plains in the time before the Flood of Light. Your memories of Ramu give corporeal form to the crackling ethereal energies drawn forth. Well then. Waiting time less than 5 minutes. I mean, a lot of people are doing it by now. So there's so many people. Let's see what this is all about. I mean, we know how Ramu looks from the life letter. Oh, there it is. And as I said before, I've already seen some streams of doing, because I watched the method stream for a bit. They're doing quite a great job over there with the work race. Really looking forward to look into that a bit more later on, but I don't know if I have time for that, because I want to get through the story, obviously, and through the raid stuff, and I am also raiding myself this evening, so yeah, I don't know. Eden's verse Fulmination. Looks pretty good. So the water we already restored.
Get ready.
It's actually voice acted in here. These remixes, man.
So, this is Ramu.
Why don't they voice all the cutscenes? Like, God, this is great music. Oh right, let's put in some food. Someone's asking about unlocking umbrellas. Yeah. Could actually use them for this. Rippling blow, that's probably the tank buster, yeah. Fine, that's fine. Let's try to steer summons against that. There's a big spear and a small spear. That's a big AoE. Let's raise one of the dancers. You need to get the other people are... I guess you need one of these? The damages, crippling blow, that's the tank buster again. Let's raise the healer. Use bold. Does everybody need to get these Divine Judgment bolts? There are a lot of things going on here. Don't do that, a healer. Holy hell. Is this a knockback? Yeah. But knockback prevention did do nothing. So getting 3 of these. Alright, so they go through... Ouch. Let's just get him up. Bullshit! Yeah, those are way bigger than I thought. What are you supposed to do with the, wait. Surge protection. Your body is covered. Reducing the damage of certain attacks. So you want to get as much of these as possible, basically, right? In order to get much damage. In order to receive less damage on yourself. Let's summon Titan for the moment. Get the other healer up. Get a shield. So you probably want to have at least some amount of stacks all the time, I think. More crowds. Seems like most people, like you can get... What's this doing? Why is it always knocking you back? I didn't see that be some of that again. And so it's kind of confusing because it looks like a debuff. But I suppose it is because you probably shouldn't get more than 3, I guess. Probably what's going on here. So probably want to put this here. Oh no! So they can't be too close, I guess. So they're getting bigger. If the clouds get bigger if they're too close. Judgment Vault. Let's get a few more of these. So the Judgment Vault's attack is what's... Okay, so it's can't get him up. This is weird. I think there has to be some way to prevent that. Oh no, yeah. Now I've got too many of them. Let's get the other tank up one bit. I'm summoning them there. Are there any more clouds? I don't think so. So now I can get more of these, I think. Stratus Sphere summons. The name of that is really cool. Alright, so we need to put the storm clouds away. Judgment Jolt. I have 2 buff stacks, whatever that is. Should have done one more instant attack. Yeah, so Judgment Vault is this really strong attack where you need to have a couple of stacks in order to survive it. And then there are a lot more charges happening this time. No, there isn't. One of them is always the middle one. That's what I didn't see before. Interesting. So you can't run through more of the what's interesting is he doesn't actually have the buff himself. So the other Ramu, I think his attacks got stronger, so this is kind of vice versa, right? Oh, you can actually keep it up the whole time, it seems. So now I can get another one. Yeah, that's cool. Is there another one coming? Oh shit, there are really a lot of these. Now the spears are coming again, probably another part of the clouds as well. Storm cloud summons, yeah. Summon the clouds. You can put them over here, so you probably wanna place the clouds right so that you still have a safe zone, obviously, from the big spear. Fury's Bolt, what is that? Now I definitely Divine Judgment. means we get more of these. Good thing I have my shield. Let's get him up. Just one more of these. Oh, so... Ah, I didn't see that before. So it actually works in a way where you... I think you have the... every time he does his big attack, you're losing 1 stack. So you want to keep 3 stacks all the time. And I was actually talking shit before. I said it was a debuff, but it isn't. It's a buff. Yeah. So now we're losing 1 more stack because we obviously... he's doing his big attack. Right, and now we can get another one. So that's really interesting. I really like that as a mechanic. Well, it's not really worth putting up dots again, but... One thing I'm still unsure of is the big middle one. The knockback thing. Because the animation makes it look like that's not actually supposed to happen. So not a lot of mechanics so far. But the ones that were there were really interesting. A really cool way of doing this, yeah. I do like it. I was always a fan of the original Ramu fight. Because the whole way that it, like Tank Buster and everything like that was done was always pretty cool. So I think... I actually remember, I think the Dark Knight was pretty good. He didn't die. Orchestrion roll, I definitely want that. Nice one. I don't need the legs, I don't need this, I don't need this, I don't need this, and I don't need this. Don't need this, only need the head or the feet. Actually, it doesn't really matter, I need both anyway. Alright. So that was pretty successful. And I got the Orchestrion roll. It's cool. Twice Stricken is the name of the Orchestrion roll. Could probably sell that for a bit, but I want to get the song. That was great. I really liked that fight. It was pretty recoverable, of course, but I mean, it's Homo mode. Twice music roll for Twice Stricken. Used to add to your orchestral list. Let's just link that. Oh, whoops. That was wrong. Wait, what? Why didn't it... Can I not... Are we in some sort of... Why can't I post to the crossword link shell in here? Oh. Yeah. Because I was still in my battle thing. I had my eye on Gaia the entire time you were fighting Ramu. Besides the sort of reaction you might expect from someone watching you take on a half-man, half-flying horse Thunder God, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. I mean, yeah, that's probably gonna take a lot of people by surprise. The fact that Eden itself also showed no signs of being affected by her presence can only be a good thing. But I'd understand if Gaia herself were more than a little disappointed that she's no closer to the answers she seeks. I mean, yeah, that's... So that thing was created based on your memories? Maybe there's a way we can use Eden to summon the fairy like that. Oh. Huh, yeah. Based on her memories, basically. Once again, 'twas a most superlative display of thy puissance? Holy shit, how do you pronounce that? Now I could not fail but notice that body that belonged to Ixion, fabled equine embodiment of lightning. Hast thou perchance encountered the beast? Yes, I did indeed. I thought I was prepared to expect anything, but I didn't expect Ramu to turn out quite like that. Appearance aside, he was quite aggressive as well. The Sylphs' belief in him as a kindly guardian clearly makes a difference to his temperament. Right, that was one of the big story points in the Ramu story in A Realm Reborn, that because the Sylphs think of him as like a peaceful god, protector of the forest, that's how he then actually appears, because they think of him like that, right? Which is of course the way primals and maybe creation magic work, right? Because it's distantly related to the Amaroteans and their creation magic. Anyway, I'm just glad it's over. Let's get back to the camp and see if anything's changed. Let's see here. Skill speed, spell speed, tenacity, and piety. Now these are grade 7. Probably don't really need anything of these, because the only job I'm really gonna craft any gear for is probably Summoner. But let's get the spell speed ones, just in case I'll get something for Black Mage as well. And now the crystal's purple. So do we have constant lightning now? How does it work? Because obviously, the weather can't always be thunderstorm, right? The crystal's a different color, but apart from that, it all looks the same. It may look the same but it feels different. The air has ground slightly more humid, as it does before rain. I have to say, I'm not exactly prepared for wet weather. Yeah, looking like that, probably not. If Eden can control elements and so on, can't you tell it to send those clouds somewhere else? Speaking of which, I'm not very impressed with its so-called powers. If changing yellow crystals to purple is the extent of its abilities, it's no surprise the fairy didn't bother showing up. I hope that whatever's next is more worthwhile. Rather than influencing the ground beneath our feet, Eden hath brought change to the firmament above. And yet 'tis clear that a more dynamic element is required for the natural cycle of precipitation and evaporation to be complete. So we need movement. Would wind do the trick? Oh yes, most certainly. I mean, that's really interesting, come to think of it. If you have, this vast emptiness here, and there's humidity in the air, and, it could potentially rain, but you don't have any wind, right? So all the humidity is probably, displaced evenly across the land, and therefore clouds can't really form, and, lightning can't really strike down. There is no, change in, there is no negative and no positive pole for the lightning to occur. And wind will actually change that. It's a really interesting way of, describing these physical attributes of this land, of this emptiness. It seems we have a plan. Let's not dwell too much on the effects of each individual element and instead focus on seeing them all restored. Let's do this, I guess. The power of an oracle. Not to be sniffed at, it seems. All my life, you were a constant companion, your voice ever seeping into my mind. Why then, of all times, did you abandon me? Abandon? I thought whatever spoke to you was still with you, or how did you use its powers then? Death, even to the crashing of thunder, or were you simply biding your time? So what are people talking about here? Augmented Crystarium Cane. Oh, that's the augmented gear, right? What the what's that supposed to be? What the hell? That's not a weapon. You can stick that onto your house. What the fuck? Well then. I really like the story so far, by the way, from the raid. One plan fails to achieve the desired effect, so you move on to the next with minimal brooding and prattling. It seems we're finally learning. Yeah, we should probably do that, to be honest. I'm not sure what I expected to see after restoring the lightning element, but I did feel a little disheartened. Still, as Thancred and Urianger say, there are changes taking place, even if they're not immediately obvious. Yeah, I mean the land definitely still looks the same though. Although we do have clouds, right? Could have maybe seen a thunderstorm like way up in the distance, but I don't know. As much as I bemoan Urianger's long-winded explanations, we'd be lost without him to take care of all the ethereal signs and whatnot. Obviously, I'm quite sparing with my praise, as I wouldn't want it to go to his head. You think it would? Into the firestorm. Oh, so we are really doing the next thing right away. Urianger's knitted brow almost certainly spells trouble, namely for you. It's a really great description. Ere we set out once more, might I ask if thou art familiar with the process by which rain is made to fall? It's an Aladdin conspiracy. Such a great play on all the idiots saying that, like, we're manipulated by rain, like the Chinese government is, I don't know what people are saying, manipulating the rain, and the jet streams from airplanes are, you know, mingling with our brains. It's all an Aladdin conspiracy. Well, I suppose so. I mean, I don't necessarily know how the ether world of Final Fantasy works, but obviously, I mean, the process in reality is quite easy to understand. Then thou shan't have difficulty understanding the explanation to come. I kind of do wonder what he says if you're going with the Aladdin conspiracy. With the restoration of our first element, the Empty was once more blessed with the most essential ingredient in the cycle of precipitation, water. Under normal circumstances, the heat existent in the atmosphere would cause water to evaporate from the land surface, but we don't have heat right now. That's where Ifrit comes into play. As invisible vapor, it is borne by the wind high onto the firmament, where it doth condense as clouds before descending once more, returning to the land in the form of rain. But we don't have wind, where Garuda comes into play. It's really cool how they combine these two, because it does make a lot of sense, right? To have these both like restored at the same time. It seems we need wind aspected ether to create more clouds. That it hasn't rained yet must mean there aren't enough. And even before that, we need fire aspected ether to make the water evaporate. It seems to me that one's not much good without the other. Why don't you just draw out both elements together? But, you know, let's go back to this for a moment. So, in our reality, right? The heat coming from the sun warms the oceans and evaporates the water, creates clouds and rain. And we do have a sun here, so the way the universe works in general seems to be the same in 14, right? You do have a star, planet, or orbiting it, and the star should create heat. So I guess it's not really the heat that we're missing, but rather, you know, light means stillness in this world, right? So having this light here, having too much light, means that all the ether in the elements themselves can't move anymore. It's still, right? It's just not doing anything. So even though the heat may, you know, the heat from the star is shining onto the planet, onto the first chart, it can't actually evaporate the water because the ether that is that contains the water, or rather the ether in the water. You know, you can kind of think of it like the molecules and atoms, I guess, right? Or maybe electrons and, you know, like atomic nuclei and stuff. And because the heat ether, the fire ether, is still has too much light in it, so it can't actually move. So even though there is heat and there is a heat source with the star, it can't actually manipulate the heat that is stored in the elements or in the water, right? It can't evaporate the water because the ether that would react to the heat can't move, right? And what we're restoring is not necessarily the heat itself, but the ability of the ether to react to outside heat, which is really interesting. Because then again, like, what I really like about these explanations in 14 is that they are pretty close to like the physical reality of our world, right? Because heat obviously is created by the atoms, the particles themselves moving very quickly, right? So the more energy an atom has, you know, this is obviously just a very quick explanation and not really physically accurate, but you can kind of think of it as the atoms moving really quickly. They have stored a lot of energy in them, and the atoms, you know, start moving really quickly, and that generates heat. That makes us feel warmth, right? Because all of the atoms around us, all of the atoms in the air are actually moving really rapidly, or, you know, the faster they're moving, the warmer the air around us feels. So in that sense, what we're currently missing is this, like, atomic movement, and apparently it's hindered, or the light has hindered the atoms or the particles in this world to move. The heat can't really transfer onto any particle, so therefore no heat is there, right? No warmth is there. Which, interestingly enough, well, so the world in this vast emptiness should be pretty cold, right? If there's no heat source, or if there's no heat, then it's pretty cold. I think the only difference being that the heat is there, like the sun is there, so it would be more akin to like the surface of the moon, where there is nothing to really, you know, store the heat or react to the heat. It's kind of an interesting question, right? To think of what kind of temperature is here. I mean, it's not really that important to the story or to the game apparently, but it's an interesting question nonetheless. But let's get back to the story. Seems to me that one's not much good without the other. Why don't you just draw out both elements together? You're suggesting that Marcus fight two deiform entities, each one as deadly as Ramu, at the same time? Do you realize how absurd that is? Thancred, I have cleared the Epic of Alexander. Nah, but yeah. And yet, 'tis a notion that doth warrant further consideration. Oh, you can't be serious. Cast your minds, if you will, to the elemental wheel I did show you in the bookman's shelves. The elements, umbral and astral. Wind giveth rise to lightning, whose spark doth produce fire. By restoring both wind and fire in tandem, we may maintain balance between these dynamic elemental forces. Fire and wind. I mean, the wheel itself isn't like... I'm sorry about the chat noises going on, by the way, but... balance between these dynamic elemental... The ensuing battle shall undoubtedly present an ordeal unlike any Marcus hath ever faced. I believe, however, that this path doth lead to the prize we seek. It does it? Oh, so perhaps it's not so absurd after all, Thancred? That was a very brief explanation. They could have done a bit more with that, to be honest. I wouldn't dream of questioning Urianger's grasp of the science behind it. My concern is for the burden this will place not only on Marcus but Reen as well. What do you both make of the plan? If Urianger thinks it'll work, I'm willing to give it a try. Let's do it. As long as you know what you're letting yourselves in for, you're going to need all your strength, so see that you get plenty of rest. Gaia. What is she doing? What's my chat doing? They're just talking about the ruby weapon. Gaia, what are you doing? Why is she standing here? I can't stand all of this waiting around. Having grown up in Yulmore, I'm used to only living for the moment. We never had any reason to concern ourselves with later, tomorrow, the future, and so on. Those things simply didn't matter. But after Lord Wolfrey disappeared and the night returned, everyone in Yulmore started thinking differently. I was only there for a short time with Thancred, and I couldn't believe how much it had changed. It was almost as though, under Lord Wolfrey's rule, time had stopped moving altogether. And when it ended, life went back to how it was supposed to have been. They realized they had their whole lives ahead of them, to make plans to look forward to a new day. It feels like I'm the only one who can't move on, as if I'm still stuck in the past. What's worse, I can barely remember any of it. Even so, I can't stand the way they act, as if the past never happened, choosing to forget it all. The Yulmorians? I mean, yeah, I guess you could argue that they moved on pretty quickly, right? But then again, their past is so... well, fucked up, I guess, that it wouldn't really... I mean, there wouldn't really be any point dwelling on it, right? Although, well, you can always learn from the past, obviously, but... I don't know. I mean, she's not wrong. I'd rather Reen keep her mind on our work here than worry about Gaia. Mind you, it might be better for them to clear the air before we go any further. I have selected the location in which wind and fire-aspected ether lie dormant, though I shall wait until Reen hath completed her preparations ere I dispense with the particulars. What's that? Nail Ishgardian Bottoms of Healing? So it's Ishgard gear? The new... Huh. It's interesting. What stats do they have? Critical hit and piety. Isn't bad. No. Did already talk to you. It seems Reen is reluctant to air her concerns. Were you to rally her spirit, she may become more willing to talk. Then let's rally her, I guess. Rally. That's a really long cheer-up animation. I mean, I could maybe... doesn't matter. Yes, you're right. There's no use in trying to pilot Eden while I've got other things on my mind. It's about Gaia, you see. The truth is that apart from Alice and Alphino, I hardly know anyone my own age. I thought that I should make an effort to be nice to Gaia, but... well, you've seen how she is around me. She's your age? Wait, what? I mean, her design... is what? I mean, I thought that she'd be at least over 20. From, like, judging by her design. I guess she isn't. Or maybe she's more talking about young persons in general. Because, I mean, I was saying Elfino are older than her. Not by much, obviously, but they are. I understand that she's got her own problems to deal with, but I thought that maybe I could help her in some way. It's not my place to intrude, and I should probably just leave her be until we've finished restoring the elements. After all, that's more important, isn't it? Well, I don't know. Let me talk to Gaia while you concentrate on the task at hand. Daddy Thancred at it again. It's what I would have said once upon a time. Wait, he's not? It seems to me that you're the one best qualified to take care of this little problem. I know she can be a bit prickly, to put it mildly, but if anyone can get through to her, it's you. Although we've known her for only a short while, we're all she's got, and I think she realizes that. Just let her know she's not alone. She'll come around eventually. Alright, I'll give it a try. Do you have any advice? Thancred certainly has the gift of the gab. He'll know what to say. Orianji can talk the hind legs of a behemoth. Why not ask him? Well, she should probably talk to Thancred. I'm afraid that since arriving in the first, I've had little time to mingle with any of the locals, and I haven't a clue what young women like Gaia would be interested in. That's given me an idea. I'll start with some small talk and go from there. Actually, since before she even woke up, I've been asking Lena about what's popular in the Crystarium. I thought it might be nice to show Gaia around the place one day, you see. It's actually a great idea. So, that's what you were doing. I suppose it makes for a nice change of pace from all that studying. And I must commend thee on thy choice of confidant. The captain's powers of observation maketh her a veritable font of wisdom concerning the behavior of the Crystarium citizenry. Well, it kind of does, doesn't it? Yes, and now it's time to put that knowledge to good use. Don't let the fear of rejection... God, what am I saying? Don't let the fear of rejection hold you back. Persistence is the key. Speaking from experience, by any chance? Probably. Well, whatever do you mean? Lessons learned from days spent in pursuit of latest fare, one might suspect. Gah, you couldn't help yourself, could you? The dialogue is really well written in these scenes. It's alright, Thancred. Your secret's safe with me. I do like it a lot more than the first raid story. Have I said that already? I have said that already. May I remind you that the reason we're here is to create a better future for everyone in the first, which includes you and Gaia. While that might not be on the same scale as bringing life back to the empty, if you're able to befriend her, that will be another way of contributing to a brighter tomorrow. So go on, she's waiting for you. Alright, wish me luck. Rena's ready to approach the decidedly unapproachable Gaia. You had best observe the conversation from within earshot. Wait, what? I have to eavesdrop on them? Eden normal? Wait, my other group isn't doing Eden normal together? The purple looks really cool in the dark, by the way. So I'm taking like 5 steps forward? Well, that's awkward. What the fuck am I doing? That's not suspicious at all. What the hell? What was that? I mean, I do like that emote. Holy shit. God, that look. What do you want? Oh, nothing really. Can wait till later. And I'm still training. That looks so dumb. For all we know, there might not even be a later. If you've got something to say, hurry up and spit it out. Is everything alright? Not feeling strange from being around Eden or anything? Is that what you came here to talk about? Actually, I wanted to ask you... Still in the background. This is so great. What the fuck? And Urianger and Thancred are standing there. What the hell are you doing? This is way too suspicious. We need to hear. Oh, I stopped. Would you like to go and have coffee biscuits with me? What kind of question is that? Well, she's certainly taken aback. Yes! Go read. What? Coffee biscuits. They serve them at the second serving in the Crystarium. Everyone's talking about them, so I thought that maybe once we finished our work here, you and I could go there together. Let me get this straight. You came to talk to me about biscuits. Yes. They're light and crispy, and when you dip them in the coffee, they go all nice and squidgy. Okay. I mean, a lot of people like to dip their biscuits in coffee. The only reason you're even interested in that in the first place is because everyone else is doing it. Can't you think for yourself? Holy shit. Can you say that just a little bit nicer? I do what I want when I want. After all, the world could end at any moment. Speak of having a pessimistic outlook. That's not going to happen. Not if I've got anything to do with it. Listen, Gaia, I understand what you're going through. Believe me, I do. But you mustn't lose hope. A new day will come, then another and another. Life's not so bad if you give it a chance, you'll see. Shut up. You think you know me? Even I don't know who I am. Until I find the truth, I'll never be free. Then we'll find it together. I've seen enough pain, enough loss, and I don't want to see any more. And that includes you, Gaia. Why do you care so much about other people? What have they ever done for you? I'm sure you haven't forgotten how we Humorians treated you, the precious Oracle of Light, like a bird in a cage. And yet, you act as if none of that ever happened. So forgiving, so selfless. You and your family brought back the night sky, and you finally had the chance to lead a normal life. But instead, you're flying around in a giant sin-eater, trying to turn a barren wasteland into some sort of paradise. And for what? I may not remember much of my past, but I'm fairly certain I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Out of morbid curiosity, I'll see it through to the end, but if you think that makes us friends, you are very much mistaken. Well, that was harsh. Gaia. I surmised that to keep Gaia waiting over long would only agitate her further. That's probably true. Let's just get this over with and then we'll talk to her. Oh, she already returned to Eden. Well, then we'll do the same, I guess. Proceed to Eden's core. Still a lot of people here. Alright. Let's see, where are they? Thancred. Green's looking a bit down in the doldrums, but you let me worry about that. We can't allow anything to interfere with whatever goes on in your mind when summoning those primals. I mean, didn't we talk about, like, talking to Gaia because she was on Green's mind? I don't think we necessarily changed that. Probably made it worse, as a matter of fact. Not you as well. Look, I've had enough small talk to last me a lifetime, so don't even bother. I believe you have a job to do, yes? Then be quick about it. Alright, alright. There's Green here. I think we've both rested for long enough. Let's get started, shall we? I hope it all goes according to plan. Yeah, I do too. To defeat the day form manifestations of both wind and fire shall require every last mote of thy strength. That though has previously triumphed over such beings in previous encounters should be at the forefront of thy mind as we commence the summoning. Where are we going this time, Oriange? Didn't you already talk about that? A place called Ashfoldorf satisfy our requirements, I believe. The fabled speak of travelers sweltering beneath the blazing heat of the midday sun, while after nightfall, slicing winds did tear at their clothes. I see. Hopefully it won't be quite that bad when I draw out the elements. I mean, in theory, wouldn't it be better if the elements reacted stronger in order to restore them? Green, my dear, may I remind thee that to focus is not the same as to deny others' thoughts. Whatsoever it is that troubleth thee, thou wouldst be better for acknowledging it. Yes, you're right, of course. It's Gaia that I'm worried about. That is well. May thy concern for her lend thee yet more strength. It's time. I'll begin drawing out wind and fire in equal measure. We'll only get one chance at this, so let's make it count. By the way, I already kind of forgot about Eden actually being a or the first Sin Eater. Memories of Garuda and Ifrit rage through your mind. That's something we haven't really addressed yet, right? That we're basically in a Sin Eater? Furor. Let's see. My studies indicate that no equivalent of Garuda's servants, the Ixar, are present here on the first. My hypothesis as to the reason why can perhaps wait till another time. Oh, right, yeah. How long has it been since our encounter with Ifrit and his Amalja followers? If we summon two primals at once, maybe they'll fight each other? That way, you will only need to beat the one left standing. But I suppose it defeats the purpose of it if you don't take them both down at the same time. Yeah, that probably doesn't sound like a great idea. I wonder what sort of hellish beasts you've conjured up this time. I also really like that the dialogue is playing on, everybody reacting to the Warrior of Light basically having these really strange memories about the primals. Furor. According to Oriange, the elements of fire and wind must be restored simultaneously to successfully complete the cycle of rainfall and evaporation. Unfortunately for you, this equates to facing the combined might of a pair of raging primals. Images of the ferocious Ifrit and the maniacal Garuda are made flesh, and you steel yourself for battle. Well, let's do it then. Yeah, they kind of glossed over the fact a bit, or glossed over a bit how or why we actually need to do that. I mean, yeah, of course, to create rainfall, you do need to restore both of these elements, but so far we've only been restoring one element at a time and it was fine, so what we're doing too at the same time. I don't know. I mean, they could have maybe. They could have changed that a little bit, I feel like. Really, I don't know, the explanation for why we're actually doing that is a bit muddled, I feel like. I mean, I don't really care, because it's a great idea of having two at once, but I think it actually would have been more fun if they did that before, right? I mean, Ramu in itself was pretty cool, I get that. But in the first turn, if like Titan and Leviathan would have been one fight, that would have been pretty cool, I think. Although then again, like this part of the story so far is really cool. I really like it because it finally leads somewhere, right? And you have all this banter going on. You have the different characters, and they were kind of great together. So that was what was sorely lacking or missing from the first quest series, right? I mean, I know that we first had to get to know Eden and what he's about and all that stuff, but it still felt really underwhelming what actually happened, right? I feel like they could have done more of that. Maybe having Gaia there, you know, from the get-go, or at least like after the second fight, and having this banter at that time already would have been better. Voice acting is a bit low. By the way, why is Gaia answering her? That was weird. That looks great. Let's see what this is about then. All these dancers going on, what the heck? What are they doing here? Xena looks really cool as well. First one. That's a raid white, I was doing. Oh, okay. And then Superstorm, probably going to be the other one. No, that's a raid white. So Ferrostorm is where her wings are, basically. Knockback. Quite a lot of knockbacks here. It's a meteor for two people. I had magic volume up, I think. One, two. Oh. Those are, I think, yeah. So that's basically what she was casting first. Just this time with a tether. Vacuum slice. That's gonna split the arena, I think. This is, you know, some of this stuff I've seen occulted from. Oh. All right. So this is, you know, reminding me a bit of the first like Alta Void had similar things going on, where she was pushing things to you, basically. Hands of Flame. So is he also that? That was a tank buster, I think. Ah, shit. Mistake. Oh, that's my Titan. Sorry, guys. What's that? So that is, I guess that's a stack charge? And that's a tank buster, definitely. Holy shit, that did a lot of damage. Oh, sorry, too late. Sorry. That was the old Ifrit stuff. That's, I think, the same animation that it also has an ultimate, right? And now, I think Hotfoot, yeah, he's kicking that to us, basically. Holy shit, that's gonna kill me, yeah. Alright, so I think you go where he is, basically, right? Inferno Hole, Howl, that's a late wipe. Yeah. We can recover this. And now they fuse, or no, they're actually here at the same time. It's really cool that they've mixed up all of the markers a bit. Occluded from. So that's her AoEs, and then she pushes them inwards. Oh, that's cool! And Ifrit's at the same time kicking one of them, so you have to go to Ifrit, but also have to keep in mind what Garuda does, that she pushes them inward. Yeah, and that's a stack. That's definitely a stack. I do wonder though, it's a charge depending on the amount of connections you see, because it had 3 connections basically. I mean, so far, the way... Give the Ifrit tether to people. Oh, so it's not... Ah, so you have to give it to people a couple of times in order to... So it is basically 3 tethers at once, I think. Depending on, you know, the amount that shows up in there. That was left and right. Wait, what? That didn't necessarily look like left and right. Did I not see the tethers that were going on? We need one other person here, right? Yeah. Of course I was left alone. Dancer was running away from me. Alright. Let's get a shield. Got hit by that. Now she's doing her inward push again. Occluded front. So this time we just go to where none of these things are. Alright. So far, it's not really all that bad. But I already really like all of these things. Like, they definitely mixed it up. It's already feeling like a much different, you know, overall design that they have here. Hands of Flame. I think that was a 10 plus that? Yeah. That was Hands of Hell, so you have to... Right, they already did it, I think. Oh, he multiplies himself. That looked cool. Instant Incineration, that's some sort of tank busting. strike spark. Yeah. So no, we have to go to him, right? Yeah. Because he pushes it away. That's not such a big safe zone, actually. Ah, god damn it. Why did I summon? Oh, well, worked out, I guess. Wait, how was I hit by that? What the heck? Hot foot. So now he's picking that one in the direction he's looking, I guess. Then so this one, somebody else already got the tether. Now I think I actually can't get it more. Oh, god damn it. Now they're joining each other. I do wonder if it... I mean, in normal mode, I guess it doesn't really make a difference whether or not you bring them down to equal levels. Guessing Savage it will. Rakta... What? Rakta Paksa. Oh, wait. Was that... Was there an animation for that? Hands of Flame. So that's like an inverted mechanic from before? And then Hands of Hell. What the fuck? What the? So those were charges through the arena, I guess? So you need to... I think that was actually projected first. May Howling Winds feed the flame. Is that a nail? More eruptions. Complex Strike. I don't think that's the Enrage. That's probably... So you have to bait out all of the AoEs and then get behind it. Heal me! Holy shit, that was close. Holy shit. Storm. Yeah, that was... Oh shit. Hands of Hell. This is actually quite hard to do in like normal modes. I think this is kind of, you know, this is definitely an example of a fight that's AoE-wise probably gonna be easier in Savage, simply because you are actually able to... Oh, it shows you! I just noticed that! That's the first time I saw the animation for that. And I actually, I actually accidentally stood with together with a person, and didn't see that one though. Let's get him up. Interesting. Definitely a lot you can learn from that, but it's at the same time pretty confusing. I mean, what it's saying was that, you know, in Savage, obviously, because you have a coordinated group and you have like strategies for the mechanics, you're going to stack a lot of those things. Whereas this time, obviously, everything just goes like everywhere, which is unfortunate, I think. Let's just give... I think the White Mage was pretty good at resin a lot of things. Alright, let's see here. I don't need this, don't need this, don't need this. I don't need this, and I don't need this. I probably should get the feet, to be quite honest, right? Because I already have one of the heads, although I don't know if they don't drop anywhere else. Yeah, alright, it's perfect. Because I don't know, like in the first two, both head and feet drop, apparently. 2 player commendations for dying so much. That's actually interesting. I really like they've done so much more with these fights. Like the way the animations are done, the way they tell you certain mechanics. You know, things like the stack or the tether that you have to grab off of them, those are really new things they haven't done before, which is really cool to see that they finally, you know, really do new things like that. Oh right, I haven't used the casting roll actually. Let's put these in my saddlebag. Yeah. So I hope that you actually get both head and foot pieces from the other raids. I suppose you will, but you never know, right? I mean, these two both dropped one head and one foot piece. Yeah. For a moment, I thought Reen had lost control of the ether. Luckily, we managed to avoid any major disasters from what I can tell. Looks like it, yeah. Combining the contrasting powers of different primals, that seems an awful lot like the Ultima weapon. In any case, I'm pleased to see that you were as successful here as you were at the Praetorium. Kinda does, doesn't it? That two such ferocious beings could melt into a single entity is frightful indeed. Further research must needs be performed to fully comprehend this unexpected phenomenon. Yeah, so that was probably not, you know, expected to happen. That was incredible. I never imagined they would fuse together like that, but you took them down all the same. Now, what I am wondering, obviously I haven't played a lot of the old Final Fantasies, right? So I don't know if that was actually a boss enemy that appeared in Final Fantasy before. If it was not, it was pretty cool that they did it this way. I suppose the main thing is that we're now 2 elements closer to restoring the ether of the empty. Let's go and see what difference it's made. What are we missing, by the way? We're only missing Shiva right now. Correct? Let's get more spell speed, I think. Wow, the crystal actually has 2 colors this time, and it's raining quite a lot. It actually worked, just like Oriange said it would. Everything we could have hoped for. Land still looks very barren though, but I guess, you know, plants just have to grow again. Which kind of reminds me, the first picture that they actually showed of Eden was this vast emptiness of light and one plant growing there, like one, you know, one small branch of a plant. So now, I mean, obviously we do get one more raid series, right, in 5.4. So maybe that image of like growing plants will come in later, in the last year. Indeed, our endeavors have been repaid manifold. I wonder what will happen when we restore ice. It's actually a good question. Why do we need ice anyway? Guess as sort of a counterpart to fire, to heat. Maybe it's heating up a bit too much. Is something the matter? One more element and then what? You'll have achieved the impossible, while I'll still be nothing. No memory, no past, no family, nothing. The world has moved on and left me behind. Anyone who ever knew me is either dead or gone. So, almighty Eden, you can mend this broken world, but you can't restore one girl's memories? Give me my life back, damn you! I still hunger? Extinguish the accursed light, awaken our true power. Accursed light? Enough riddles, tell me who I am. You are. I am Gaia. Gaia? Yeah, well, what does it mean? What's wrong? Reclaim your memories. Fulfill your destiny. I don't understand. Gaia, can you hear me? Get away from me. What's wrong with her? Amidst the sound of falling rain, your voice called from within. Long after the rain passed, your voice echoed on. We're not going to get to know more about that. Well, this is mysterious. Just get it over with, would you? Pray be on thy guard, my friend. Gaia may yet relinquish control to the voice within. Will she? Poor Gaia. If the fairy lives inside her, why would it let her suffer like this? I wish there was something we could do to help. Heart of Darkness? And why do we all only get this? What the hell? Why aren't we getting the directed stuff? I guess because that's more desirable than this. While this downpour is precisely the result we were hoping for, the novelty of standing outside in the rain does wear off rather quickly. Not to mention Gaia's looking a bit under the weather. Let's continue this conversation in Eden's core. Why not go into one of those two very beautiful looking tents. I mean, why are they here if we don't use them for... I mean, maybe they aren't built against rain, although that would be pretty stupid. Whatever. I mean, if we can go into the core, then why not do that, right? We need to restore ice anyway. Let me quickly take a look at Discord, though, if there's anything important I need to know. No, don't think so. I mean, raid's still a couple hours off, so I do have more than enough time to take a look at all of this cool things. I really like to look at all the glamour of people standing around here. It's really cool. Although, I mean, in this big bubble you can't really actually see anything. Well then, where are my friends? Gaia. What does it want? Why won't it tell me? I'm not sure what's going on with Gaia, but it's certainly a cause for concern. Perhaps this is the fairy making itself known. Now that I think about it, I don't really know all that much about Eden. Since we need to find out how it's connected to Gaia, I should try to understand it at a deeper level. To be honest, there isn't much else I can do. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I was wondering from the very start. We kind of just accepted that Eden, lets us actually restore these elements. But do we know that much about it? I mean, it's still, this huge entity. We know it's been, it was, or still is, a Sin Eater. So, whether or not we should actually use it is, still very much not clear. Could, what I mean, it could still fuck us over in the end, couldn't it? Ere we set forth to restore the element of ice, I would discuss the manner in which the summoning shall be undertaken. Just tell me one thing. Is this going to bring the empty back to the way it was before the flood? While none can say for certain, the change we have observed at points of ethereal intersection doth give us cause for optimism. It may be reasonably assumed that the empty shall continue to transform and, in the decades to come, regain a semblance of its former state. So it does take a lot of time. Decades. I don't think you've quite grasped the sheer scale of the damage left in the wake of the flood. It would have swallowed the entire world if Nymphalia hadn't stopped it. Even if Reen has inherited her blessing, wounds like that don't heal overnight. After all, the empty has been utterly devoid of life for 100 years. And it might take even longer than that to bring life back. I don't expect immediate results, but I do know that it will stay like this forever unless we do something about it. My sentiments precisely. Only once the final element is restored shall we have a glimpse of the future that awaiteth those of generations yet to come. You do all this for a world you may not live long enough to see. Well, here I am, so absorbed in my own problems that I spare barely a thought of anyone besides myself. For so long I've listened to that voice, telling me what to do, who to be. I was so scared of what might happen if I disobeyed. But I don't want to live like that anymore. I want to be me. Who am I? What am I? Perhaps it's better if I never find out. If Reen's the Oracle of Light, here to mend this broken world, what does that make me? Gaia, the Oracle of Darkness, bringer of misery and death. A monster. It's no wonder they left me. Mother, father, all next it'll be all of you. Then I'll be back where I started, where I've always been. Alone. Gaia, is it the fairy? What's wrong? Afraid I might lose control and ruin all of your carefully laid plans? No, it's you I'm worried about. Reen, I'm going outside to clear my head. You just do what you need to do, alright? Something's wrong, I know it. Probably is. That much is clear. If we have a repeat of her first visit to Eden, we may even be joined by those void-sent friends of hers. If you go and see what Guy is doing, Oriange and I will stay with Reen. What? How did she go on top of Eden? Can you just, like, teleport there, I guess? My name is Gaia. That's what you said, isn't it? Eden. The flood. What does it all mean? No, it can't be. Is this what it's been waiting for all this time? But what's been waiting for? Finally, you remember. That doesn't look great. What is this? It's a fairy, I guess? Darkness that dwells within you, Gaia. The cursed spawn of light are drawn to it, like moths to a flame, pathetic, mindless, and easily bent to my will. Sin Eaters. Now the time of awakening has come. So it's drawing the remaining Sin Eaters to it? That's what these birds represent? Reen senses Sin Eaters. What's happened? Don't try to fight them. Just bring Gaia back inside. Quickly now. We're not supposed to fight them. Why is it what? Why is it attacking with Sin Eaters though? How does that work? She's in a bad way, but at least she doesn't seem to have lost control. Wait, where is she? That's Thancred. That's Reen. There's Oriange. There he is. What entity is this that should hold a horde of Sin Eaters in its thrall? And to what end? Wait, and where's Gaia? There's Reen. Gaia. She's unconscious. Wait, is she lying there? Where is she? Oh yeah. Oh, well. That doesn't look all too great. Reen. What's happened to her? That's a concern for later. First, we must deal with those Sin Eaters. If thou wouldst care to repel our assailants without, I would ask Thancred with standing guard within. I shall tend to Gaia meanwhile. Iconoclasm. Well, wait. Is it? Oh, just didn't spawn. Iconoclasm. As you and your comrades prepare to restore the last of the 6 elements, Gaia's mind is suddenly seized in the grip of an unknown and malevolent force. Dark ether swirls around her and slowly coalesces into an ominous glyph, hovering high above Eden. From nowhere, a vast swarm of Sin Eaters circles around it as moths to a flame, and a voice that emanates from within the core claims to hold dominion over these creatures of light. While its true purpose remains unknown, the one thing is abundantly clear. It must be vanquished before it is allowed to place your mission in jeopardy. Well then, let's see what this is all about. That red mage glamour. It's cool. So it is an entity from within her that's been there from the very beginning. Really, really looking forward to finding out more about that. Iconoclasm. I really like on launch day that it really takes no time at all to get parties together. Should always be like that. So those are Sin Eaters. I wouldn't have thought, actually. Never came to my mind that those could have been Sin Eaters, but it kind of makes sense in retrospect. Antithesis, Conscient, the Idol of Darkness.
So many of them. But nothing we can't handle.
Such a cool design. And I like the music so much, right? It's such a cool music. Oh, of course. Wave. Guess that was just a raid line. Unshadowed Stay. So that's a tank buster, much like Leviathans then. Is that what's controlling them? Words of motion. That. Oh, so they charge, right? That's what we saw in the trailer? Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, that's quite easy to run away from. Oh, what is this? Are those void gates? So I guess they also charge through the arena? Wait, so yeah. No, wait, they charge first. What the hell? Oh, I just realized, yeah. So, basically, what happened was they are going into those gates. So you have to take a look at where they're going, and then adjust accordingly. So they are going into the... Well... How? What? So the blue ones first and then the purple ones? Because they were first, right? Ah, okay. Away with these. What the? Oh, I teleport to that location, I guess. Yeah, definitely. Holy shit. Well, that's False Twilight. And where? Do we have that already? Unshadowed State? Ah, right. That's it, fantastic. Unjoined aspect. I don't like the look of it. Alright. So I'm purple. So maybe now we are shot to the arena? So I guess I need to move to the light ones, right? So now I'm light? Yeah, alright. Now I'm dark again. Let's go to tank. So that's much like, what was his name? What's happening now? Hatface. Holy shit. Oh fuck. Oh, okay. You get a bit of time to adjust, which is nice. That's just an area, I guess. Strength in numbers. Here. So far, incredible mechanics. This is much like, holy shit, those shields. So this is much like the like E2, because I definitely like those mechanics as well. So I really hope that this time around they've actually done something with them, not just unjoined aspect. No. So now I'm light. Oh god. Now it combines it with this. Oh, conundrum. Alright, so now I'm light, so I need to get hit by the darkness, which goes into the blue portal. So I need to stand here probably, right? Because now I need to get hit by light. Yeah. That's cool. That's really cool. Alright, I'm light. It's darkness, alright. That is such a cool mechanic. Avoid gates. So those are, we need to get in those, right? Holy shit, those are hard to target. People need to get in those. I hope those things are easier to target on in Savage, because you know, obviously my character turns automatically to face whatever I'm attacking. That's the tank buster. So far, well, I mean, Ifrit and Garuda did have, you know, just a lot of AoEs going on. The fight itself wasn't actually that hard. Void gates appear. Now what? Do we get shot through these, or? So these ones are going first, right? Which is blue, yeah. Let's wait for them. Ah, shit. Yeah. Well, I almost did it. Alright. That's how the first one worked as well. So now I'm dark again. Let's with night. I need to get this by light. And then dark. Because this one, light's going into purple. So I need to have blue on my side. This is such a cool concept for a mechanic. Seriously, this is such a cool thing. It didn't do much in the end. Like, the second normal mode fight was definitely harder, simply by having a ton of AoEs. Whereas this one, you know, you can figure it out quicker, I think. The second one had a couple of mechanics that were really hard to see for whatever reason. Or, you know, you just didn't expect them to not have, like, markers of some sort. But this time, that was really, really good. Alright, I see a headpiece, so this one probably doesn't drop the feet, right? So let's get this one's out of the way. Maybe wait a couple seconds for everyone to get their loot. I mean, I can do it again if I need to. And 94. Yeah, should probably get that. Nice. Alright, a player. Let's just. Wait, the Astro died. Well, it's not as important. But the concept was really cool. Much like the you know, the clock concept or the time dilation concept in E2, this was also pretty great. I really like the void fight stuff, right? And also having the like having you being teleported to another place and you have to find out where you have to teleport to. Although that's definitely going to be an interesting mechanic in Savage, where you don't necessarily have the luxury of you know, looking around so much. Then again, I mean, there has to be some sort of way to predict what you're gonna get, I suppose. The interior is secure. With the Eaters gone, I thought that Gaia might show some sign of improvement, but she hasn't so much as stirred. So we probably didn't defeat that thing. Sinita's drawn to the Oracle of Darkness, just as she herself was drawn to Eden, first and foremost among their kind. Yeah, she's still unconscious. She won't wake up. What do we do? Let's get more spell speed stuff. I mean, I don't know. I don't need anything like that in the first place anyway, so... Such a cool fight mechanic. What is this place? Where is everyone? Was her conscious now transferred to the 13th shard, maybe? Then again, the world of darkness isn't completely dark, right? There's still things going on inside. So I'm all alone, even the fairy is gone. Endless silence, endless darkness. Is this what death feels like? It's no use. No one can hear me. How ironic. All those times I wanted peace and quiet, and now that I finally have it, I wish I had someone to talk to. I thought I couldn't stand to be around them, all their interfering and fussing, and yet I was never lonely. But it's no use. Even after everything we went through, my memories still won't come back. There is no future awaiting me, only emptiness. Those memories, they can stay lost forever, if only this pain will leave me. What is happening to her? Now I close my eyes and sink into darkness. And then I'll suffer no more. Gaia! Mother, Father, wake up! I understand now. Why wait for tomorrow to claim us? Gaia, can you hear me? This perfect moment never has to end. I'm not giving up on you, Gaia. Say something. What do you want? Please, I'm begging you. Remember all the things we said we'd do? Like going to the second serving of coffee biscuits? 4. I never. Gaia? So she did wake up. I never agreed to anything of the sort. She most certainly didn't. Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried about you. Ah, do you have to be so loud? The fairy fell silent, only to be replaced by Reen's voice ringing through my head. I never thought I would be so glad to hear it. Oh. It's kind of a beautiful story. So I guess we killed whatever loomed inside her, whatever was controlling her. Is it that easy though? Huh. I mean, I really like her character. I really like it because she's really the perfect sort of opposing force to Reen, right? Because Reen, she was a character I felt like her story, while being essential obviously to Shadowbringers, it was still somewhat, it was a bit hard to root for her, right? Because I felt like maybe something was missing. She was more like the small child, you know, needing to grow up, needing to come to terms with what, you know, had been given to her, what kind of destiny had been given to her. And she was never really acting on her own. She was just sort of trotting along, doing what everyone wanted her to do. And, I mean, of course it was about, I mean, her finally meeting Menphilia definitely, you know, made it clear that she has to walk her own path, that she has to try and, you know, do her own things. And this whole Raid series, while also, of course, restoring all the elements back to the first, is also very much about her story, right? About her trying to do something herself, rather than only being pushed around by other people. And growing up in the process, I think. But what was definitely lacking, especially in the first turn of this Raid series, was something she could interact with, right? It very much felt, well, empty, I guess is a really nice word for it. It felt like there was something missing, something that really, that her character could basically, you know, I don't really want to say interact with, but definitely it's really hard to find words for that. But Gaia is the perfect character for the story, right? As an opposing force to her, basically. Not only because she apparently is some sort of Oracle of Darkness, but mostly because her character is so different to Reen's. And seeing both of these characters coming to terms with each other, learning from each other, and ultimately, you know, seeing the kinds of things that either one of them is maybe lacking, right, and needs to learn from the other one. That's really great. And especially now with Gaia, I mean, I really like Gaia's character. I think they have done a great job of introducing her and making you root for her or feel for her, even though she hasn't been around all that long, right? I mean, it's been, what, about 2 hours, maybe a bit over 2 hours that I'm doing this Raid series now. But still, it's a really cool character. They've written her in a very cool way. But again, coming back to my criticism about the first turn of Eden, why not introduce her sooner, right? She appears after E2. And I feel like if she had been there, and if all this banter between her and Reen and her character, and, you know, Reen basically realizing that she has to learn from her, and that both, you know, need to learn from one another, if that had been a motif in the first turn as well, you know, that might have been a lot more interesting, where it was kind of boring, just restoring elements, you know, fighting Leviathan and Titan. I mean, Titan ended up being a very cool opponent, a very cool enemy to fight. But other than that, the story, there wasn't much to it. And this, her character, Gaia's character, was what was missing from it. And it's really cool that it's here now, but it could have been there even in the first turn, right? I guess later on, if you, at some point, you know, when this Raid series is added to New Game Plus, if you're playing through it again at some point, maybe it will feel much more connected, right? Because it's, you meet her basically immediately after defeating Titan. But, yeah, I think they made a mistake not bringing her in sooner. I guess they probably felt like it was more mysterious this way, but yeah, her role in this is still very much mysterious, right? So you could have definitely brought her in sooner. I feel like that would have definitely vastly improved the first tier. Though Gaia hath regained consciousness, I surmise that it shall be some time before she is fully recovered from her ordeal. Especially since we don't really know what we actually fought. Whatever that thing was, it was able to control a vast swarm of Sin Eaters, much like Wall 3. Then again, it's clearly nothing like a Light Warden. In any case, it's gone now. I just hope it stays gone. Well, it was controlling a swarm of Sin Eaters, but it was also transforming them, making them like into dark beings, rather than only being Sin Eaters. We still don't know exactly what happened, but at least the danger's past for now. On thin ice. So now we do fight Shiva. Gaia's recent ordeals have left her rather more subdued than usual. Although, can I just say, you know, I spoiled myself with what the bosses were before I started streaming, right? Before I started doing it myself, because I was really interested in how they were going to set up this whole method thing with the world race. So I did see the bosses beforehand, and I know that she was coming, obviously, right now. That was a bad choice of words. I know that Shiva is the next opponent that we fight. And, but I must say, they've done a very, very good job with the story this time around. I'm very interested in it. It's very intriguing. It's really cool. The dialogue is written very well. Excuse me. And overall, because of that, I don't really mind that I've spoiled myself. I mean, it wasn't really a huge spoiler because, you know, I kind of suspected that Shiva would be the last boss anyway. But the story itself is so intriguing that it doesn't really matter what the bosses are. The story is just great. So really like that. You've all gone through a lot of trouble on my part. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Anyway, I've delayed you for long enough. Please carry on with what you came to do. So now we are immediately summoning Shiva, I guess? Isn't there like a quest in between? I'm glad you're back to your usual self, but how are you feeling? And by the way, the longer this story goes on, the more I see the connection between these two, right? Between Reen and... Because at first, like, Gaia really seemed a much more mature person than Reen, and that's why I suspected that she was, like, you know, maybe 21, 22, I don't know. But now that we've gotten to know her a bit more, her whole personality, right, and the reason, like, feeling lonely and all these themes that surround her character... I do think that she's quite young. It definitely looks like she is much closer to Reen than I was initially suspecting her to be. Like in age, I mean, or at least in sort of character age, right? It's not really her age, but rather her, like, mental age, I guess, is what I'm talking about. She's not really... I mean, probably because of a lack of having parents, or because her parents, you know, were made into sin eaters really early on, is why she's, you know, not really grown up, really, I think. Much better now, but something is still bothering me. The fairy spoke to me in a dream, and a stream of memories rushed through my mind. I don't recall anything like this happening before, and I'm not sure what it all means. What sort of memories? I can't make any sense of them. They were only brief flashes, seen through someone else's eyes. At least, that's what it felt like. Through someone else's eyes? And Philia, that is, the first Oracle of Light, once served Heidelin as the word of the Mother. If the Oracle of Darkness is her counterpart under Zodiarch, then we had best prepare ourselves for the worst. I hadn't thought of that before. Yeah, I mean, is she connected to Zodiarch? Like, I guess she is, but how? Why? Aye, the night's return did tip the ethereal balance towards activity, which may have served to awaken the fragment of his power in the first. Having thus roused, he did then fix his gaze upon she who had been marked by darkness, Gaia. But shouldn't there have been, like... Because, I mean, Menphilia obviously was on the Source, and a very important character on the Source as well. Shouldn't there have been, then, like, an Oracle of Darkness on the Source as well? Or are those just the Asians themselves? But then is Gaia some sort of being made by an Asian? which I kind of suspected that she was at the very beginning for a short moment, but I kind of discarded that theory because they're talking about Volthree and Yulmore a lot, right? And maybe it's because you have to, or you're supposed to make a connection to Emmett Selk creating Volthree. So maybe Menphilia created Reen, whereas like Emmett Selk or another Ascian created Gaia. Marked or no, Gaia's still her own person. Everything all right? It's nothing. Anyway, let's forget about all of that for now. There'll be plenty of time to think it through once the last element's restored. If thou believest thyself well enough, then I see no reason for delay. Let us forthwith attend to the revitalization of ice. The music. Shiva, then. As the only one here to have actually seen the primal, perhaps you could describe her for us. God, the music. I'm actually getting goosebumps from this. This is so, like, to be honest, like, Shadowbringers is such a great expansion, right? And it has great music, but this tune, going back to Heavensward, in every scene it appears, it makes you feel things, I guess. A woman named Iseo made herself a vessel for Shiva. She and the great worm Hegelsweger shared an undying bond. Yeah, they did. To find a kindred spirit in such an ancient and fearsome creature, I can hardly imagine what sort of a person she must have been. The long since departed Shiva was a source of great inspiration to Iseo, whose method of summoning differed greatly from any we had previously encountered. By the echo did she bear witness to the deeds of the noble Shiva, and thus was she moved to dedicate her being to that self-same cause. 'Twas this devotion that granted her the power of her primal. So she was able to control it herself. Not getting any funny ideas, are you? Just thinking aloud, that's all. Anyway, we'd better get going. Did Gaia maybe spot something that I didn't? Our journey leadeth through a great glacier situated in the northernmost region of the Empty. I'll get us there as quickly as I can. And it's also what I really like about 14, is that they actually play the music, right? They know exactly how that's supposed to work. They know how important it is to have music connected to characters, have music connected to places, to moments in time, to memories. And it's such a great, and also, like, this isn't meant in any kind of negative way. It's very, very easy, to draw out those feelings and memories from, like, a reader, player, if you're watching a movie, anything like that, right? If you've done it correctly the first time, if you've successfully connected this music to the memories in whoever's, playing the game, reading the book, watching the movie, then just by inserting the same music, you can already get all of these emotions that are very, or rather hard to create, right, under normal circumstances. But because you've done it right the first time, every consecutive time will be equally as well realized. I mean, obviously, you also need to... It needs to happen at very defined moments in time, right? You can't just bring it up all the time. But because this game takes so long to play through, because it has so much things going on, and the story is going on over such a long time span, and there's so much in the story itself, that it's very far apart, right? The moments where, for example, the seventh word music is appearing, it's very, very... It's been a very long time since you actually heard it in a cutscene, so because of that, because it's been such a long time, and because all of the memories that were created in the first place or because it was such a great story, just playing this tune, brings that all back. And that's the power of, good music and knowing when to use that music properly. Well then, it's time to draw out the ether. Let's see what this last fight has in store for us. I was thinking. That I should go with you this time. I want to be the vessel for Shiva. Whoa. That sounds pretty dangerous. Being still and passive by nature, ice is the element that is the most strongly aligned to light. I'll need to get close and use my own abilities as well as Eden's to draw it out. Is that so? So that the Oracle of Light becometh the Oracle of Ice? I cannot claim to be in favor of this stratagem, and yet the primal we encountered in the source was summoned in much the same manner. The inherent advantages are undeniable. Absolutely out of the question. Of course, Dankred would say that. But I do agree with them to an extent, I think. It's definitely not a good idea. Have you forgotten what Marcus does to the primals we summon? I'm not about to stand by and watch as he and Reen beat the tar out of each other. In any case, the ether only returns to the empty once the creature's been slain, although it seems you haven't taken that into consideration yet. Presumably there's a safe way to disperse it, but it's still far too risky. I thought you had more sense, Reen. But it's not as bad as it sounds. Where the D-form entity is volatile as the primals we have previously summoned, it would be logical to assume that in her role as conduit, Reen would be hard-pressed to retain control. Marcus would have no recourse but to defend himself by any means necessary, else his life be forfeit. I know it's dangerous, but I can't let that hold me back. Please, I've got to try. This is a really bad idea. But I don't see why this is even necessary in the first place. You never had to take risks like this for the other elements. Yeah, that's also true. Eden possesses almost infinite power, but what would happen if it began acting without my intervention? If it started to feed on the ether, just like other Sin Eaters, it would undo all of our hard work. It is a disconcerting eventuality, and one which cannot be dismissed. I'm worried that even if we realign the elements, things will eventually return to how they were following the flood. But if I train Eden now how to nurture the environment rather than drain the life from it, we can leave it to take care of the empty in our place. I'll channel the ether through myself and show Eden how it's done. Does that work though? Like, I mean, I know that might be an interesting thing to try out later on, but why right now? Why not just try restoring the elements the normal way the first time, and then, I mean, wouldn't we be able to train Eden later on as well? This seems far too great a risk at this point in time, right? I mean, obviously, things need to happen later on, but why now? This isn't some house pet we're dealing with. If it all goes wrong, then what? I know this all sounds like I'm taking a leap of faith, but it has been a gamble every step of the way. Well, that is true. But that's why, like, even if she teaches Eden how to do that, how are we, you know, how do we know that it will always just follow that and not suddenly change its mind? We've managed to come this far because of faith in ourselves and in each other. Yeah, because we knew what we were doing. Well, not really, right? I've made my feelings on the matter perfectly clear, but what say you? With my memories to guide the summoning, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah. Quite a lot, I would assume. I'll hold back as much as possible. Rean, I suppose that if you've got your heart set on this, there's no point trying to dissuade you. Just don't do anything reckless. Is that clear? As crystal. Oh God. Well, that's a pun right there. This is going to work, I promise. I'll make sure of it. Well, for all our sakes, I certainly hope so, because if the primal takes over, it'll be fine. With all of you by my side, I know that whatever happens, it'll work out in the end. All of us? I hope you're not including me. I can't even deal with my own problems, never mind yours. It's enough just knowing you're here. Anyway, I've decided to take a leaf out of your book. I do what I want, when I want. I've made my decision, so now I have to see it through. Yes, but this is a different kettle of fish altogether. Well, the point is that this is what I want, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it work. So, this is how much it means to you. Memories of Shiva envelop your mind. I don't know how, but I can see her too. This might actually work. She can see Shiva refulgence. Well then. Both Isael and Archbishop Thornton offered the corporeal forms as vessels onto which the likenesses of preeminent figures from Ashgardian history were projected. However, the nature in which each met their demise is perhaps best not dwelled upon. Yeah, probably not. So she's just not waiting for the future to arrive, but actually trying to change it? With so many things left to chance, all I can do is wait and pray. Do you think the 12 could hear me here in the first? Interesting, he talks about the 12. I think Eden is sending your thoughts to me. You see Isael and Shiva. They only wanted peace. A land where dragon and mankind could live side by side. They did. Well, I'm actually going to take a break right now, a short break. Because I definitely need to get something to drink. My throat is getting kind of sore. Let's just... This is kind of an interesting picture. Let's just leave this here for now. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you guys then. Alright, sorry for the mic muting that's going on, but unfortunately it doesn't really work any other way. Let's continue with it, shall we? The last fight is upon us, and let's see if and how this works with Shiva and Green being one person, one being. Refulgence. Last fight of Eden's verse. With the dark entity that haunted Gaia defeated, at least for the time being, you return to the task of restoring balance to ice, the final element. Being the most strongly aligned in favor of stasis, it appears that Green's direct involvement will be required to properly manipulate the ether. I mean, that was her idea, not really actually required as far as we know. Inspired by tales of Isael and the Source, Green decides to use her own body as a vessel and wield the power of Shiva. Well then. This was quick. Insta-Q as a DPS. I do like launch days. Well then. Let's see what this fight entails. The arena looks rad as hell, by the way.
Power of Shiva.
I like that it's actually voice acted. That model looks great. As I said, of course. Yeah, we would, I guess. Absolute zero. So, unfortunately, I don't remember anything about the original Shiva fight. I've never done it actually properly synced, I think. I've tried a couple times, but never got a group together that could do it. Redress. So, maybe look away. Look at her. Sky kick. Alright. So that's going. That was a weird eye marker because it was on top of her head. Again, going in. Oh god. So we do get a frosted ground again. Rising frost. Double slap. I guess it's also a tank buster. That you probably will have to share in Savage. Or in Bone, depending. Although it might give a Bone stack. Down plus that's a right line. Ooh. So that's her typical attack, but also connected with the alright. And then we have following things. Well, this is unfortunate. Oh. So they don't immediately follow you. They're just AoEs that appear one after the other. And that was a knockback. And of course I was standing right at the edge. Was there a knockback in the first fight as well? Mirror, mirror. Fighting Frost. What did... the mirrors? What are they? Oh, they're just a huge AoE. Almost everyone's dead. Interesting.
The light shall usher in peace.
The light shall usher in peace. Wait, oh, should have looked away. Axe kick, yeah. It's gonna target me, unfortunately. Whoa, yeah. Deliver Serenity Everlasting. Is her model changing? Shattered World, so that is what usually happens in Shiva? The imagery! So that was Heidelin. That was the imagery of Heidelin destroying Zodiark. Stop the light from flooding the diffracted world? Wait, let's get... ah shit, I should've... lot of light. Oh, there are multiple things. Wait, what is this? Shouldn't, like, a tank take that? May all be enveloped in light. This is such a cool arena. And it is really annoying as a summoner because there's no point in dodging these things. The Age of Peace and Tranquility. Let's just take this. Is it getting a buff? The things are getting a buff. Flood of light. What? Was one of the two teams doing something wrong? I guess so. I'm just gonna use Ifrit. I don't think that the Titan Shazam actually worth it here. Too many ads? Was that the other group that didn't kill their ads quickly enough? Or how did that work? So I just need to be aware of the point where you have to look away from her. Bahamut's mighty power shall defeat you. This is weird though, that this looking away mechanic. It's really interesting that maybe they decided to put the marker on top because it would be pretty hard to see otherwise. It's the only thing I can think of. She's looking different than in the cutscene though, right? Like once you start the fight, she's actually changing her outfit somewhat. Double slash the tank buster again. Oh, we have two ninjas. That's why Trick Attack was there. I was wondering, it felt like a bit too early, but it's because we have two ninjas. Yeah, that makes sense. So this is again, I have to move away with this, and I think, do the other ones need to stay in with their... Yeah, of course, put it right next to the party. That's a great idea. This is gonna be fun in Savage. And now, oh, I almost forgot about that knockback again. The music's also really good. Is she going to disappear right now? Wait, so Viking Frost is that? Right, and then you need to move away from the mirrors as well. And now I think she should disappear? I thought she would. No, she actually... Oh, it was because I was dead the first time, right? Yeah, that was dumb. Holy shit, that was actually faster than I expected. Yeah, now she disappears, so you can definitely get out Bahamut first. Shattered World. So how does that phase work? So you definitely have to take the tethers, right? Because apparently they are... This is definitely Heidelin. Why does it look like the image that we know of Heidelin destroying Zodiark? How's that connected? So the ads appear. This is a weird ad phase. I hope it's different in hard mode. So definitely have to take the tether. And apparently it's a tether you have to stand like next to, it looks like. So like the tethers in, what's that dungeon called? The level 73 one? I think it works like the tethers that are there in the dungeon. So you have to stand in between them and the crystal. It doesn't just automatically follow you once you've taken the tether. And it just needs to be healed apparently. So guess this worked? Yeah. Interesting. bit underwhelming. I thought there was something else here. What does that mean though? And by the way, is like in the background, do you see that? Definitely looks like the we have above. She's doing holy? Wait, I have to get back into the middle? What the fuck was that? Light rampant. Wave. Path of light. Is that for one person? Every one of these? Or... I think so. Wait, so people need to get in there, but at the same time... Oh, the other people are targeted by something. So that works much like Hades, I guess. Where you can't hit the tank with with the tether from the ads. Mirror, so those are going to do the big circles again, but there's probably something else here now? Sky's Peak is where we have to go in, right, yeah. And then you have to go out, yeah. I was suspecting as much. Ooh, but you have to... I didn't even see the other ones. The dress. Splendid ice phantom strength. Wind stillness. That still hit me? away. The tune in the background doesn't sound anything like Shiva, but it sounds great. Holy what the hell? Is that her? Is that like a soft enrage? That's an actual heal check. See what's up? That's a heal check. In normal mode. At least I think it was.
The light! It's too much for her to bear!
Oh, that's where she comes in.
She won't last much longer!
She doesn't even sound a lot like Reed.
Power of darkness, answer my call!
I really want to know what the lyrics are for that song.
Damn this light!
Well, I'm dead.
Damn it all!
Flood of light. Endless ice age. Holy shit.
Not on my
Well, that's something.
our future! I want to see what tomorrow will bring!
Gaia's there. Oh, that was the Trouble in Paradise one, so that was an LB, melee LB, I think. So that's Gaia's time mechanic. Oh, this is so cool. Why did she look so much like Heidelin though? I mean, maybe it was because it was Reen? Was she like subconsciously being both Heidelin and Shiva at the same time? Or I guess more Minfilia than Heidelin? Holy shit, this whole raid here is so well designed. Like, every other raid tier had this one fight where you were kind of like, I don't really know about this, right? This is... Oh, we get a Reen, wind-up Reen. Not merely a palette swap. Alright. 85. So... I have 2 headpieces right now, correct? I actually got her. So I need more feet. Which are these ones. And we have a blade of golden antiquity. A golden blade forged by some ancient civilization, recovered from Eden's verse. What does that mean, by the way? Does it mean Eden's verse is some kind of ancient civilization? Ah, I didn't get it. It's unfortunate. But I guess I can just do it again. That was... Holy shit, what is this raid tier? This is what I was expecting out of Eden. Honestly, this is such a good raid tier. I mean, obviously I don't know the Savage mechanics yet, but story-wise it's incredible, in my opinion. You were there. I heard you. What happened to Shiva? Is she still in control? No, she's gone. But Gaia... What? That hammer. It matches your dress. That's what you're focusing on? I see you're back to your normal idiotic self. Of course, that's what Reen would be focusing on. Excuse me. I should have brought some water with me, actually. Look, isn't it pretty? Maybe we could take it with us? I like that it's snowing in the background, by the way. Ice tends to melt, you know. Not this sort. Well, if you say so. Anyway, might even make a nice necklace. Guess it would. That's a brilliant idea. So you see that those two are finally getting along. Wilt thou not rush to her aid? Perhaps I'm getting slow in my old age, because it would seem Guy has beaten me to it. To think that she would be the one to break the ice. Thancred, that's a dad joke right there. They may have gotten off to a rocky start, but I think they'll make quite the pair. That's true. And to have both oracles on our side can't be the worst thing, can it? Is that a hint of melancholy I detect in thy voice? Something akin to a pining mother bird whose chicks have flown the nest. Well, that's a comparison right there. Father bird, if you don't mind. But you're not entirely wrong. Oh God. Still, when the day finally comes to say goodbye, it heartens me to know she won't be alone. Right. Guess that day will be quite soon, won't it? After that, we could go to the second serving for coffee biscuits. She and her coffee biscuits. Fine, you win. And if they're anything less than perfection itself, I'll never let you live it down. Yeah. If they're not to your liking, there are plenty of other things to try. I suppose we both deserve a little treat after all that hard work. Certainly do. Well, yeah, those two are definitely getting along. There we were, laughing as if we had not a care in the world. Fleeting though it was, in that moment I was content. But my life was never meant to be so simple. Well then. Why do all the Ifrits spawn first, by the way? Interesting. That was... Am I missing something? I mean, I know that I think Shiva was... She did have the echo as well, right? And she was definitely sort of drawing on Heidelind's powers. Because, I mean, after all, it was Heidelin who granted Midgard's armor refuge on the source, right? But why this Heidelin imagery? And most of all, why is it using the exact same imagery that we were shown about Heidelin destroying Zodiark? What does that have to do with Shiva, or rather, why did that imagery appear here? That seems very, very peculiar. I've had my share of close shaves, but that was terrifying, to put it mildly. Can only hope the end justifies the means. Well, I mean, at this point, of course we know that we get another raid tier, but from this perspective, I mean, we sort of did what we wanted to accomplish, so guess all's fine now? This is, by the way, this is kind of cool how they did this, because it does feel kind of like the end of the story right here, but obviously it's not, so it's gonna be hopefully very thrilling in the future as well. I let myself get a little carried away there, but I was definitely the one controlling my powers, not the other way around. Even so, I hope I never have to use them again. I mean, she still has them, though, right? So the whatever thing that was that we defeated in E7 was something not necessarily... It wasn't necessarily the source of her power, is what I'm trying to say. Ice, being most naturally aligned to light among all elements, did interact with Reen's innate gifts in ways unforeseen. Which is also interesting, so... I guess in a way you can even think of the Mother Crystal being some sort of light ice, then? Is that how it works? Were we not graced with the timely appearance of the Oracle of Darkness, I fear that this tale would have ended somewhat prematurely. Kinda looked like it. I'm so sorry, everyone. I clearly have a long way to go before I can handle that kind of power. Which... I mean, we kind of got a happy end right here, but that was way too risky to let her be the vessel for Shiva. But we achieved what we set out to do, as I had faith we would. So without further ado, let's return to camp and admire our work. Oh, so you get the good materia at the end, I guess. So let's see, I have 84 of these, 94 of these, and 70 of these. These are the... Well, let's just get these. I don't really care anyway. There are plants. It's life. There were actual plants. Looks almost idyllic, doesn't it? Incredible. Almost looks like a normal place again, doesn't it? And Eden looks as still as ever. This is really something. That was definitely... At first I was kind of... well, I didn't really know what to make of this whole area. But that they decided to actually include it like this and also make it, you know, change depending on your progression through the raid tier, that was kind of a great choice, to be honest. I mean, it still doesn't really look natural, but of course it's kind of a given, right? Because we just now restored the elements, so it wouldn't really change right away, would it? It feels like I'm witnessing the miracle performed by Menphelia 100 years ago all over again. I mean, now we brought these things back, though, right? We didn't stop the flood, we actually reversed it. The rapid propagation of flora appears to be limited to the intersections of ethereal channels as per our earlier findings. Nonetheless, it is cause to rejoice that the seeds of ether have quickened in the barren garden that is the empty. Yeah, so it's just where we are at right now, it's not the whole emptiness. So it'll take probably, you know, a couple decades for the whole emptiness to be restored. All this greenery, it's far more than I had dared to hope. I can't help but worry that it's too good to be true. Yeah, kind of feel the same way too. Then again, if it's only this small area around Eden, right? I mean, I know that Reen talked about Eden being able to, or that she could actually teach Eden how to do that in the rest of the empty, but I'm not really sure if that works that way, or if we have to. Right now, you know, it kind of looks like we would have to do or go through the whole process of restoring all of the elements in every, like, part of the world, which would be a very tedious task indeed, and probably not the way we're going to do it, but it does seem like that for now. Life finds a way. Reen is ecstatic to see the first signs of greenery in the empty. I can feel all of the revitalized elements working in harmony. I've always believed Eden had the power to restore the empty, but I never expected it to happen so quickly. I never did get the hang of summoning primals correctly. I mean, technically, we owe it to both Gaia and Reen, but Reen was the one who's doing all the work, right? Of course, Gaia saved her in the end, but yeah, you're the one who made all of this possible. We ran into a few problems with Shiva, to say the least, but the others all went more or less according to plan. That we were able to come so far along this arduous journey may rightly be attributed to thine unwavering resolve. Well, that is certainly true. Aye, when you said that you'd reclaim this world, you truly meant it. We're proud of you, Reen. I wonder if the effects from the rebalanced ether will spread to the rest of the empty. Perhaps we'll just have to wait and see. Besides, I'm sure we could all do with the rest. I must say, Reen, it's refreshing to see you take a more measured approach for a change. Well, if my experience here has taught me anything, it's that I shouldn't rush into things unprepared. And I've also learned that there are some problems that can't be solved alone. Is that so? Since you freed me from Yulmore, I've met all sorts of kind people who've gone out of their way to help me. I thought that I should do everything in my power to repay their kindness and make the world a better place. But now more than ever, I realize that there is a limit to what I can achieve by myself. Even though I was able to summon Shiva, I couldn't control such vast amounts of ether. If Gaia hadn't been there for me, I might never have returned to normal. I could say the same about you. I was trapped in a nightmare, but you freed me. It seems we're more alike than I thought. We might not be able to do everything by ourselves, but if we look out for each other, then we can face our problems together. That's if you don't mind. No, it's fine. Really. If things don't work out, we can always go our separate ways. But on the other hand, if I can resist the urge to punch you whenever you annoy me, which I must say is quite often, I have no objections to staying around. You mean it? Oh, thank you, Gaia. Thancred crying. May I suggest we continue the conversation in Amarang? Though the empty may now supporteth foliage, the land's normalization hath but begun, and to linger overlong still entaileth risks. Is aught the matter, Thancred? Nothing you need to worry about. Let's go. Thancred's crying. He is happy for Rean, I guess. I really like this questline. I really do. I was shitting on it so much. I mean, I wasn't really shitting on it, right? The first turn was still cool, but it was just... I expected more out of it, I think. It was just that after Shadowbringers, I expected a lot from the Raid series, right? Because they said that it was way more involved with the main story this time around. That they were trying to go back to the Coil series, basically, where it was really connected to the main story. And I mean, if you think back, well, characters did appear in the Raid series, right? Characters from the main story, I mean, but it never really felt connected. Even Omega, who is pretty much an essential part of the main story, especially now that we know how the Crystal Tower got to the First. But still, it never really, the Raid series never really felt that all that connected to the main game. You could even argue that the Bahamut series, right, it was really connected to the people, obviously, who played 1.0 and who witnessed the destruction of the world and it ultimately coming back. But if you began after A Realm Reborn, which I did, I started the game during Heavensward, or at the end of Heavensward, you never had that strong connection to the Coil series. I mean, I obviously played through it, and I still think that it's a really good story, and it's really well made, and you know, it's got so much background information about the whole world and about Bahamut and the Seventh Umbral Calamity and what the Allegans were doing. So there's all that important information in there, but as a Raid series that is truly connected to the actual story we were just doing, this is the first time the Raid series actually does that. And you know, as much as I thought they could have done more with the first turn, now having seen what they've done in the second, it has all but redeemed the first one. Like, now, having 2/3 of the story, basically, I can fairly say that this is definitely the best Raid tier so far, I think. And the fight designs, while Leviathan being pretty underwhelming, Titan was really great. Again, I think having the Void Walker be the last one and Titan maybe the third one maybe would have been the better decision. But in itself, most of the fights are still really cool. And I feel like, even though, of course, at this point I haven't done Savage, but I'm really looking forward to it. All 4 for the first time, I'm really looking forward to doing all 4 fights. Whereas in any other raid tier so far, there's always been 1 fight at least. Sometimes 2, but sometimes 1 fight that just wasn't really all that interesting. Whether it be because of mechanics, or just because of the boss we were fighting, or, you know, whatever else. But this time around, the bosses are incredible. I think even in normal mode, some of the mechanics are really well made. Obviously they aren't very hard, but they're really well made, right? They're really, really incredible. So I guess I'm just really looking forward to doing Savage. Our encampment remaineth in its present state for our anticipated return. I cannot help but wonder how the land may change in our absence. Yeah, well, I hope it changes for the better. Off to Mortsuk, are we? I can't say I care for the place. The marketplace reminds me of Yulmore, but instead of fine delicacies they peddle, well, I don't know what they are exactly. What I do know is they're far too wriggly for my liking. Oh yeah, I do remember the jar of worms we were supposed to eat. Holy hell. To think that Reen is the same girl I rescued from Yulmore. Compared to the way she was back then, the difference is like night and day. Before we do anything else, we should report to Yelford. He'll want to know how we've been getting on in the empty. Speaking of Mortsuk, there was a snack of some sort that caught my eye last time. I can't quite describe it, but it looked squidgy. Despite a strong suspicion that I may live to regret it, I'd like to try one. I mean, apparently Reen is all about those squidgy things. Oh, I think I know the one you mean. They might not be much to look at, but I bet they taste amazing. Perhaps we could also try a pot of those jellied wrigglers or whatever they're called. I'll even let you take the first bite. Ew, no thank you. Yeah, that's... First coffee biscuits, now worms and jelly. Heavens forbid the two of you might actually eat some proper food. May I ask a favor of thee? Whilst Thancred and I return to the Crystarium to inform our comrades of our recent exploits, I would have thee accompany Reen and Gaia to Mortsuk. I can do that. This is amazing. Like, and especially, I think especially the dialogue. The way it's written, with all the banter in there, it doesn't get boring, right? Most of the time, well, most of the time is kind of a gross oversimplification, but I guess sometimes routine can be dragging a bit, right? I mean, a lot of like Japanese games, or especially sort of, you know, fantasy anime stuff, has this problem of sometimes just over-explaining the story, or sometimes, you know, doing dialogue that just more or less repeats what has been said and never really goes anywhere. But this time, I think they did a brilliant job of actually, you know, achieving dialogue that is actually really fun to read through, rather than it just being like exposition that is interesting but not really delivered in an interesting way. And I think they found a great way to do that. And especially there's a lot of characterization, but also character growth in there, right? You definitely feel like the Gaia and Reen that we met a couple hours ago when we started this raid series are different people to what we know now, what they are now, right? Which is really what you want out of a story like this. So all around, really, really good. I'm looking forward to showing Gaia around the Crystarium, but we'd better finish our work here first. We should, yeah. I'm prepared to give this Mort fair a try, although I should probably shut my eyes when I do. My nose, come to think of it. Why though? I mean, just don't eat them. I trust all is well, Miss Gaia. It will be once we get out of this desert town. If I have to spend another night in that dingy little room, I shall scream. I'm terribly sorry to hear that the accommodation was less than satisfactory. I'll investigate the availability of more comfortable lodgings post-haste. Yes, I think we'll be staying in Mortsug, at least for the time being. It might take a while for me to write the report, as our expedition was rather eventful. I really appreciate everything you've done, and I'm sorry for all the trouble I've put you through. Well, that's why I'm here, isn't it? Still fretting about that, are you? What's done is done. Besides, it all worked out in the end, didn't it? You're right. Now, how about the treat we promised ourselves? They might not have coffee biscuits here, but I've heard the Wriggler cakes are to die for. Or was that you'll die from eating them? Only one way to find out, I guess. Holy shit, can you stop talking about eating worms? Why would you do that? I mean, I guess they're very nutritious. I'm sure trying the local delicacies will keep us occupied between writing reports and thinking about the next plan of action. Hopefully we'll have another chance to visit the MT to see how things are coming along. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Let's get more crit. It's time. To unlock the next quest, you must complete the main scenario quest, Echoes of a Fallen Star. But this quest starts here, right? Luri. Oh, wait, he is the... Is this Savage? Greetings. How might I be of service? Talk about Reen's second report. Reen informs me that balance is now being restored to all 6 elements in the empty. As such, representatives from the Crystarium will be making regular visits to the camp to observe any changes that occur. I shall oversee the delivery of whatever supplies they may require. Once again, Reen has kindly agreed to provide a report for your travails in the empty, up to and including the encounter with a being known as Shiva. The preliminary verbal account left me gobsmacked to say the least. Luri, I finally finished! Luray? Luray? How goes it? Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you. Me? Don't worry, it's nothing dangerous. Yeah, I'm sure it's not. I was wondering if you'd like to join Gaia and I for some traditional Mortsug evening tea. With worms? And in the meantime, I can read through your report. By the way, this is a really cool way of unlocking Savage, right? That they've actually included like another cutscene in it. I really like that. Now that's taken care of, let's head over to the tea stall. Before that, there's one more thing. This concerns you. It does? What's that? I found this in Eden's core. It seemed like it could be important. For all I know, it might even help me get my memories back. A crystal? But when I look at it more closely, I see images of you swirling around inside it. Whatever this is, it probably means a lot more to you than it does to me. This crystal contains Eden's memories. We've seen one of these before, haven't we? Did we get another crystal at unlocking the other Savage? I don't even remember that. Apparently we did. As you stare intently at the crystal, your mind is overwhelmed with visions of struggles past, twisted and distorted by some unknown force. Whatever is the matter, It's the same as last time. The only explanation I can think of is that Ian's own power altered its memory somehow. But was that before or after they were crystallized? What difference does it make? Regardless of how it was made and where it came from, I can't think of any possible use for this thing. If you want it, it's yours. Looks like I was the one wasting time on this occasion. Let's go and try this tea I've heard so much about. Gaia, wait a moment. You're still looking a bit green around the gills, so perhaps you can join us next time instead. Anyway, I'd best catch up with Gaia. Somehow this is giving off a weird vibe, isn't it? Is this actually becoming important at some point later on? While this crystal may not serve as an accurate record of your battles, it provides a glimpse at what might have been. It could even help in mentally preparing yourself for foes you have yet to face. Since it contains images of you and your exploits, it seems only right that you should be the one to safeguard it. This is really, really, really interesting. I didn't remember it, but I'm pretty certain this happened with the first Savage as well, right? So what is the meaning of that? Is it... Are they truly trying to tell another layer of the story through unlocking the Savage modes? Because they could have easily just, you know, unlocked Savage at the Wandering Minstrel, for all I care about. But they did include this thing. I mean, then again, Omega Savage was unlocked by talking to this record thing that they had in Ralga's Reach, right? Where you could you could basically reread the story of the raid, if I remember correctly. But still, it's really something else. Because these crystals do have a very important meaning, right? They play a very important role throughout the whole story. So just throwing them in here in Savage, it's definitely not a coincidence. Definitely not. I was pleased as anyone in our inner circle to hear that greenery has at long last begun to grow in the empty. To think that our endeavors should finally bear fruit. Perhaps it is a little early to be using that turn of phrase, although I dare say it is only a matter of time until it is true in both a figurative and a literal sense. As for Gaia, we've arranged accommodation for her in the Crystarium, so they didn't stay in Mortzug after all. Though it may be some time before her memories return, we aim to make her stay as comfortable as possible, and who knows, she may even come to prefer it over Yulmore. I mean, she probably will. At least I hope she will. All finished in the empty for the time being? Jolly good. Should you need to return at any point, we shall have all of the necessary supplies at your disposal. But the last quest isn't actually here, it seems. So I suppose it's in the Crystarium then? Let's put these away for now. Use this. Wine to green. Is it actually telling us anything more? With hair of spun gold and eyes of clearest sapphire, this young maiden was an incarnation of Menphilia, by whose name she was known. In the course of her journey, however, she chose to take her destiny into her own hands, and with it came a new look, name, and automaton likeness. Okay. Well, let's just go back into Refulgence for now, though, because I still need the feet. Second feet. For 2 new gear pieces. So that I don't have to craft these. I'm still not really sure what I really want to craft. What's actually worth crafting, because I mean, we aren't raiding that much, right? In my static, so I'm probably only gonna craft the things that are probably taking me a longer time to get, like the body piece or the legs maybe, or you know, things like that. Things that just take longer to acquire, especially things where I know maybe that I need tome gear, but it just takes a long while to get it. Because I think, for example, the let's see here, the, what is it? The earrings are tome. So that would probably take me some time to unlock. Yeah. Alright, let's do this again. But still, she looks completely different to what she looks, because right now she definitely looks like a combination of Shiva and Green, right? But then once the fight starts, she gets all like light and glowy, and she looks more like Heidelin rather than Shiva. She changes her whole outfit. So I really don't know what to make of that. Let's just use another one of these. I have way too much of them anyway. I need to use it for something. And I'm probably going to use the rest of the... what's it called? Rogue lettuce salad. Gonna use the rest of that for farming stuff, I guess. Wait, am I actually capped on something? No, I'm not. Alright. Guess that's a good thing. Also, the arena design. The arena design this raid here is incredible. Really incredible. It's that's also something that was, I felt especially lacking in the Omega Raid series. Some of the arenas just felt very uninspired. Whereas here, they're just incredible. And very different to one another as well. So now she still has the blue attire, right? So when does she actually change? Because I didn't catch that the first time. Redress. Oh yeah, that's it. I mean, could have guessed that already. Yeah, now she changed. Now she looks like Heidelin. Wait, why did they ran off? What? And now she's regressing again? So she turned back. That is something that I didn't actually catch the first time. And this is even... This seems random. Or, well, maybe I didn't remember correctly, I don't know. Music seems kind of loud though, but, I mean, it's great music, so I don't really mind. But, so, while she has the blue dress, she's actually using more of Shiva's attacks, I think? Oh, somebody went the wrong direction, I think. Oh wait, is that me? So you do have to run away from them a little bit. First time I did these, they felt easier. So there are definitely things that you just, you know, kind of don't catch the first time around. Especially with her dress. I mean, it makes sense that an attack called redress would have that effect. What the hell? So I got the wrong stakes, unfortunately. Well, that didn't work out the way I wanted it to, but... Ah, shit, I turned around too early. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm gonna be dead. Holy shit! Yeah, that was not the way it was supposed to go. So she's basically switching between being Shiva and being Heidelin or something akin to that. So I wonder how important that's going to be in Savage. Or if it will actually be completely different in the sense that didn't we have to attack the crystal the first time? Are there actually, like... Actually, it doesn't do that much damage. I do hope that this ad phase is a bit different in Savage, though. I mean, I think it will be, but... The others know what to do. So looking around, there are actually way more than 2 platforms. So I'm fairly certain that in Savage, everyone will probably get one. There are gonna be multiple groups at least. I think everybody will get one. Pretty certain that will happen. Oh, the music's so great! Holy shit! Alright, these ones. So some people have to stand on them, the other ones have to get away. Or not away, but have to point her AoE somewhere else. Not like this! Oh, you actually have quite a lot of time, apparently. Summoning the mirrors again. This is... So there are 4 this time. So these are the ones you have to stand in, right? So this is the... Yeah, you have to be in the middle. And then after that resolves, you have to get to a mirror. Do they look different than the first mirrors, though? Didn't really catch that. Now she's going back to Shiva. Which always coincides with this donut AoE? Oh, can I actually? I thought I was definitely gonna fall off with the way it was like pointed. I forgot my Eggy dot. Mirror, mirror. So I think we did less damage to her than last time, so if only 2 mirrors are there, she's going to do the other one. Wait, did we push it? Oh, no! Doesn't it look like it actually tells you when you have successfully escaped her base attack? Alright, so this is doing the damage stuff, the stacking damage. I really like that they put this heal check in here. I still don't know what the significance is though between switching between Shiva and Heidelin. And also, if this is the way normal mode works, then how does hard mode work? Is there going to be like a third form or some sort of fusion between her Heidelin form and her Shiva form? It's all very interesting. The mechanics are great as well. They're definitely very cool. One thing I'm kind of confused by is that Reen's form, her Heidelin form, looks much more mature, I guess, than her normal character. Oh, you automatically get limit break. I was wondering about that. It just fills automatically. That's kind of lame, to be honest. And I think the enrage isn't even that hard to move. Just refresh our dots for good measure. Kind of a good group. Let's just give him the commendation. So I can't roll on her twice, right? I don't need these ones. I want to get the feet. So let's wait for the people reviewing the cutscene to finish. It's definitely a really cool encounter. I am wondering what this means in the end, basically. It's meh? Well, to be fair, for like a last fight, Titan and Omega MF were definitely harder than this one. That's true, yeah. This is very forgiving, even for a normal mode. Roll, goddammit. A 4. Of course I'm rolling a 4 on the damn things. They actually changed the loot system and you still need to go in there a couple of times. I mean, I guess a lot of people are rolling for the feet. I should have waited for the last person to roll. That was unfortunate because things, well, I guess probably a lot of people passed on the other stuff, I guess. So, I mean, I can't really do anything else at this time. Well, maybe I should kind of take a moment to think about what I'm actually going to do. I'm probably doing... I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I can still do, right? But I'm probably going to tackle the main quest and Ruby weapon and all that kind of stuff tomorrow. And today, I think later on, I mean, obviously we're gonna raid today. I'm not gonna stream that though. And probably gonna prepare that, maybe craft a bit and get some gear. I mean, I can't really get the ruby weapon gear at this point, so I'm probably gonna do that later on then. Yeah, let's get back into that fight. I just wanna get it, get my upgrade material. Weren't they supposed to start now, or are they taking a break? I'm just looking at the other group's Discord, where it was the group I was doing tea with. I thought they were hardcore raiding Savage right now, but I guess they're taking a break. It does feel somewhat weird with the way the fight is set up, that they I guess the fight itself, the way it's set up, the way it's done, it really is all about the story itself, right? It's about, you know, Reen, both as a character and her character growing through that fight, but also about what I guess you could say her or Shiva's connection to Hydaelyn. But it's very curious to me that they clearly use this very, very easy to identify Hydaelyn imagery in the fight, but it doesn't really get addressed by anybody, right? I mean, maybe that's something that we're going to get to in the last part of the raid, which I think we will. But at the same time, it's I mean, maybe it'll be important in the quest that is connected to the main story. So I'll probably find that out tomorrow then, but it's really something that they decided to so clearly include Hydaelyn's imagery in this. I don't really know what to make of it at this point. I really don't know. There isn't even anything that I can really speculate about, I feel like. Because you know that it's supposed to be Hydaelyn, right? She's switching between being Hydaelyn and being Shiva. Or I guess you could say between being Isael and being Reen. But why? Right? What's the point to that? Because there's, I mean, at that point in time, we already defeated, or at least we think that we defeated whatever's been inside, or whatever called out to Gaia from inside of her. And because they're clearly using the Hydaelyn destroying Zodiac imagery in the fight, so how is that connected to the raid though? That's what I'm wondering. It feels connected to the main story, yeah, but to the raid itself or to Eden? Not really. And it's also really strange that it doesn't really seem to have any, you know, consequences at the end, because I mean, obviously, like in the raid story, Reen kind of being taken over by Shiva is the threat that we overcome, that we did overcome through this raid series, right? Or at the end of through the fourth fight, I guess. But other than that, it doesn't really tell us anything, which is what I'm really confused by. I don't really know why it would basically, why it would be set up like this, where it looks like it's leading to something, right? It looks like it's leading to us getting to know more about Reen's connection to Minfilia, to Hydaelyn, what Hydaelyn's maybe doing in the source on the first, and how Hydaelyn might even be connected to Eden, or at least is still connected to Reen. Or maybe that's just Reen's memory. I mean, it could also be that because Reen, before we did the fight, Reen said that she was able to see Shiva just as we saw her, right? So she could basically see through our memory. Now, her imagery of Hydaelyn then might be us seeing her memory. And not even necessarily Reen's memory, but rather Minfilia's / Hydaelyn's memory of occurrences that happened a long time ago. I guess that's how you could look at it, right? So it's more or less showing us in a way how Hydaelyn defeated Zodiark, or not necessarily defeated Zodiark, because obviously it's more of a subconscious thing, I think, that's going on here. It's somehow this whole primal summoning, and through Eden's powers, Reen's memory, and through Reen, Hydaelyn's memory is shown basically to us, but it's not necessarily, I don't think it's necessarily supposed to be really connected to this moment in time, right? It's not supposed to be connected to us summoning primals or to Eden restoring the ether in the first, but rather sort of like a faint memory of things that happened to Hydaelyn in the past. I think that's how you can look at it, or at least it would make sense in that way, right? That, because otherwise it didn't really lead to anything at this point. Then again, I didn't finish the main story. I don't know what the last Eden quest is all about. I think we do get at least some conclusion maybe to that, or at least foreshadowing to events still to come. So I guess we'll see what's in that quest then. But overall, this just seems more like a distant memory rather than something that is really connected to this raid series itself, right? So now, for whatever reason, it's actually taking me a long time to get this cue to pop. This Blade of Antiquity I can probably store in my Chocobo saddlebag for now, because you really only need 7 of these later on. I still have 2 of these, lightweight tombstone, but maybe I'll use them at some point. I mean, I still have some jobs that have like titania weapons for 50 weapons or for 65, so in theory I could get before 71s now that Phantasmagoria tombstones are uncapped. Because it does seem that the only thing that I really need from Phantasmagoria is the dried high ether. This time around though, you need 2 of them, right? Whereas the multifaceted alchemic, you only needed 1, which kind of led to you having like more than you could ever want. I mean, I still have 125. I crafted well over 500 pots with them. I never really needed the amount that you got from Goetia tombstones, right? Because you couldn't really use Goetia for anything. especially after Savage was unlocked. There was really no point to Goetia stones. I mean, you could have sold some stuff, but that's about it. So yeah, it looks like the dried Haether is going to be the same thing, where I'm probably going to get a lot of them from Phantasmagoria, and then not really. I don't think that I'm necessarily going to use them. So maybe I'll just buy some old raid weapons. Then again, I could also farm Ruby weapon for the new ones, right? I mean, there's really no point to not doing that. I don't know. Really not sure about that at this point. I just really want to get the last feat token. That's an interesting hood. Does it also change the arena? Or... That's something I'll have a look out for right now. Yeah, she's pretty. That's definitely true. Dunkin' Donut? What? His name is Dunkin' Donut? Why would you name a character that? Why did I get a melee card from the Astrologian? I really don't like the timing on her look away thing. I still don't really know when it actually occurs. Oh, I didn't actually notice the tunes having the from the original fight. That a bit. It's unfortunate. So far, the servers are holding up, though. I was kind of worried after last night, where it was lagging pretty bad. I mean, it's still early, though, right? So, unfortunately, that could still happen later on. Wait. Oh. That's just a normal AoE, I was confused. How the hell did I get hit by that? That was a knockback. I thought I was gonna get hit by a tank buster. Yeah, the knockback is really weird. I mean, I guess you should try and keep her mid for the whole fight. It's kind of obvious. I'm dead all of the time. I was just really confused why I had aggro. I don't know why the tank... Because the off tank didn't die. He should have Wait, what? This time it actually did show me. Well, at least this time I didn't summon the Bahamut for nothing.
Tranquility must be restored to the land.
And she's saying something like the light shall be restored to the land? By the way, are these supposed to represent the actual shards? Like all of them? Is that what this is supposed to be? Or... well, that would mean that there are like 13, not 8, right? Or maybe it's... maybe it means the shards that are still intact. I'm really confused by this. They also get a shield. I just noticed they get stone skin somehow, or they start with stone skin. That's also an interesting mechanic. I do wonder how that will work with Savage. No, get away from me. Yeah. Wait. Oh! Does it also tell you how many people there are? I didn't even see that before. So it does tell you how many people are supposed to be in there, right? Wait, did I get hit by that? I think so. I didn't see that the first time. Is it the minimum amount of required people though, or is it... I mean, I guess in Savage it'll probably be... oh, that would almost be fine. In Savage it'll probably be... it'll probably be the exact amount of required people in it. Seriously? I got hit by it first? How did that happen? That's quite annoying, that mechanic. If you're not really at the exact spot where you should be for it, then it's kind of hard to get out. There. Oh shit. I'm still not sure when the mirrors were doing what. Yeah, this is... It's a really long wind-up animation for the redress part. Probably, yeah. I just thought about keeping devotion. Oh shit, that's a spammy part. No! Heal! Whoa. That was close. Why aren't people attacking? What the... Why... Why aren't you healing? Well, I guess another try for me to not die this time. Wait, what did I die to? Oh right, well, it wasn't entirely my fault. It was just the off thing not grabbing aggro fast enough, I guess. Oh shit, I actually got the first out of it. Her eye appears, and then I mean, my timing was a lot better than last time, but it was still a bit weird. Because there's no real indicator when she actually uses the attack. Feels like. How? What? How was I supposed to get out of there? That looked weird. Either I'm lagging, or it's just incredibly hard to get out of there. Can I actually grab all those buffs? Yeah, probably should, right? Go! Somebody else was actually running into me. That's not me this time, though. Why does the tank get that, by the way? That seems annoying. He had that last time. Or maybe... I guess maybe you're supposed to evoke. I already forgot that this was knockback again. Yeah, maybe we're supposed to evoke that. I mean, at least in Savage, it's not really necessary here, of course, but... So, these are still... Well, man, I'm gonna hit by that. I'm still trying to figure out how to tell what the mirrors are actually doing. I mean, at this time, they're not doing much, obviously, but... Shouldn't there be like an indicator where you can actually see what they're doing rather than... That's getting out. Now she's on the way. I don't know what people were doing, honestly, last pull. Because we were kind of fine on damage, but then suddenly, I mean, yeah, 2 people were dead, but the other ones just didn't do damage, or what happened? I don't know. Seems weird. Well, at least I didn't die this time. And I should probably keep Phoenix, right? I mean, there's... I guess there's no real point to because it's such a long phase, there's no point to holding anything really. But I mean, we don't really need it either, so. Electric Ether, they have a buff of sorts. Wait, they have different buffs? Why? Is that dependent on the other group doing things? So do they get a buff if the Flood of Light is actually getting stronger? Why are you running away? What's the other group doing? What the hell? Also, sometimes it feels easier, and sometimes... I mean, maybe it depends on how many ads actually reach the crystal in the middle. Nah, I shouldn't use that. I mean, it's also kind of... It's not that easy if they're tanking her like weirdly like this, right, where it's all over the place. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it definitely wasn't worth holding. So one person needs to stand in these. And then 2 in these, and 4 in the last ones, right? But apparently, at least here, it doesn't matter whether or not there's one person or multiple in there. Well, that was unfortunate. So these are the ones I have to run to them. But there's one more type where you have to... where they shoot an AoE, a conal AoE out of them. I don't know what determines what mirrors appear. I mean, here in normal mode, they just seem to be generally... well, this time I did it. Maybe I was just really... shit. You rest the same person. Well, everybody's getting rest, so... And now she's mirror. No, that's the other one. So these are the mirrors that shoot the tonal AoE, right? Or did we just jump over that place? Now she's going back to Shiva. Oh, wait. I forgot to look away. God damn it. I always forget things. This is the one that we're... Well, yeah, that was kind of unnecessary, but... Alright. She's still doing one more attack, though. Did we just double LB? Are you serious? Wait. But that looked weird. Doesn't the LB bar actually refill after the cutscene? I really hope they don't include this cutscene in the Savage version though, because that, well, first of all, it wouldn't make any sense because it already happens, right? I mean, well, technically the Savage version isn't, like, it's a retelling of the same events, I get that, but still. out of all of them, this is probably the most annoying one to farm. Because it just takes some time, right? The cutscene, all of that stuff. Another person is just saying this will be annoying to farm, yeah? Oh, wait. Yeah, we do have a big LB, so it's definitely worth LBing before she transforms. Although this anyway is just very easy to do. Without LBing even. I was kind of hoping for an orchestrion role. Let's see maybe if everybody else is rolling on the other stuff. If they're not, I'm also gonna roll, but I really want to get the feat at this point. I am wondering whether or not people have already reached this fight in Savage. I mean, overall, while I do really like all of these enemies and I like the boss arenas and the setup of the fights, I don't know whether they're necessarily going to be really difficult. I feel like there's definitely going to be... Wait, did he DC or something? Look like it. Oh, damn it, I think people really need the feed. Oh, I got me. Wait, what did I roll? 35. Well then. Still really cool. I really like the whole setup of this thing. And it was definitely, it felt like it was the right decision to do this one first. The raid series, the story was really great. I really like the fights. Yeah, overall, it's just, it's really cool. All right, I think we can actually exchange the gear here, right? So I have these ones. Would I be able to craft anything else? Probably not. I mean, I don't need the allegory tombstones right away because I think I'm buying the legs anyway, right? I need the tome legs actually. So yeah, those are probably the ones I'll buy first. And with crafting, I think it'll probably be... I guess we'll see. And then these ones, I'm just gonna buy a ton of the high ether stuff. Let's see here. So what changes is the stuff in between. That's the same, like the plants that you need for every tincture. It's the same that you needed before, right? So the only thing that changed is the that you need the dried high ether. So I'm just gonna get a bunch of that through the Phantasmagoria. I'll just get 100 or something, and then I'll have it, and you know, it's not gonna be a problem from that point forward. All right, let's see here. So this should be it. Eden Call, Hat of Casting. So this gives me. It's got 310 vitality, 319 intelligence. Interesting. And then 270 second stat instead of 264. 289 instead of 285. So the secondary stats aren't even that much better. It's just the main stats, obviously. Sorry. I really get a dry throat right now. Let's just get it, I guess. What does it look like? Oh, what the fuck is that supposed to be? Is that supposed to be like for fancy black mages? What? I mean, the head itself, the hat itself, doesn't look too bad. I mean, obviously, it's got nothing to do with like a person with a mage, right? But that thing on the front, what the heck is that supposed to be? Alright, this one I already looked at. These ones are pretty boring. This just looks weird. And then these ones. I mean, they aren't too bad, I guess. They got a nice nice thing going on, but they're still like almost too much like cowboy boots. I don't know. I mean, they don't look too bad. I guess I like them. Let's compare them as well. I mean, it's basically the same thing, right? Determination, critical hit rate. Yeah, doesn't change all that much. Let's exchange these. I'm not in the city right now, right? I should go to Yulmore. Wait, should I go to Yulmore? Let's go to the Crystarium for now, because Yulmore's there are gonna be a ton of people in Yulmore, so Crystarium is probably better. Yeah, feels kind of great to have done the normal raid this way, because there's really nothing else that I really need to prepare for the Savage raid right now. So let's just equip them, I guess. Is there anything else that it feels like I could do something else? I mean, obviously I could, or buy, if I wanted to spend a ton of money, I could probably just buy the crafted gear, but I don't know. It would be kind of interesting to see how expensive that actually is. Well, so they're wiping on the first boss? Remove? Why? Alright, let's see here. I sold a bunch of items. Let's just... So let's see here. Wait. I don't think there's actually anything that I particularly need, right? The only thing that I saw was the black pepper. I'm gonna get those. For whatever reason, we need them for crafting the what's it called? The food that I need. Let's see then what I sold. Looks to be... There's oil. Let's just put that up on the market then. What do I... Wait. But why do I have 6 of these? Didn't I get more? There will be more than enough time to sell stuff. 300, 330, 340. The other ones are 339, I guess. So I'll just put that, putting them at the same point. I mean, there's no real point to putting so much up on the market board. Nobody's gonna buy them anyway, but for the sake of it. They're constantly undercutting me. It's really annoying. I mean, I'll undercut as well, but... Well, to be honest, at this point, I don't think that there's much more interesting stuff going on. I've completed everything I wanted to complete. I've done everything I wanted to. I got the gear that I wanted, so from this point forward it's just preparing for savage raids and maybe craft some new food, some new potions. Yeah, that's definitely the way forward. But still, let's quickly see here if I could put something else on here. Let's put a couple more of these. Right. 10. All right. Cool. So, that's been it. I mean, I didn't get to the main story quest right now. I didn't want to, though. I was kind of planning on it if the raid story wouldn't take so much time, but it actually did, and I'm really glad about that. I really like how they've done the story. I mean, I said that a couple times during this broadcast, so... Yeah. I'm just overall, I'm really looking forward to all of the other stories. The Ruby weapon story, the additions to the Yorha raid, the Kitari, and then of course the main story, which the main story is what I'm going to be starting with tomorrow. Because like tonight I'm raiding Savage, so after that I don't think that I'll necessarily be that I'd want to stream the main story, so maybe I'm just gonna craft a bit more or unlock a couple more master recipe books. I've only gotten 2 so far. That's probably gonna be a thing. Yeah, plenty of stuff to look forward to. So this has been a great stream. I really like all the things that we've done so far. I really like patch 5.2. I mean, I knew I would. The trailer was already amazing, but it has even exceeded my expectations so far. Definitely incredible. Alright, so if you've been watching, thanks. And I'll hope you tune in tomorrow when we'll tackle the new main story quest. Bye-bye!